with clenched fists, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic, I'm a basket case. I step back, I'm hell-bent, in this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fighting for the best, dip black, for the shopping. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker, hop in. Welcome back at a full clip. All aboard this crazy train, no money, no cars, no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. I'm trauma free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain, back to working. Goddamn, I can feel the change.
Hey.
The coin, I'm paranoid. Surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights, but out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye, and the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, show me the beauty when the color fades.
I gotta find some duct tape right quick. I'll be right back.
Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, spread some sunlight on my darkest days, show me the beauty when the color fades.
What type of special favors did you have to do to get it knocked down to 3,000, Michelle?
So I sit back and relax, still asking myself the same questions, ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me, I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut-wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this, I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me, it's hard to believe, and everything around me is so diseased. So answer this, who the fuck are you, and who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all his prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket, listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet, listen to the pain that I've clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half-mast. Hard to live when the moves so fast, and everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions, but where the fuck is the light of my tunnel? So hand me the balance, I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die when happiness is in short supply? They hand you a pill and they tell you to try. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye, and the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, show me the beauty when the color fades, give me the courage so I'm not afraid, spread some sunlight on my darkest days, spread some sunlight on my darkest days, show me the beauty when the color fades, give me the courage so I'm not afraid, spread some sunlight on my darkest days.
Who missed out on the super mega important voice chat we had earlier? I bet you feel silly now, huh?
Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in, I was hell-bent, I still lost you in the end. I take 2 sets forward and I take 3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction, maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt.
Oh no, Mo. Oh no. We're not on the backup channel tonight. I might turn it on for a minute just to tell people to come here.
I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up what I made of. I suggested you just keep it zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget, I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets. Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take
Bill
another
Bray.
hit. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But inside my desperation,
Great.
I was
Someone
seeking
told Carolyn we were having a show. Now look the mess she started.
between happiness and misery. Pursue the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used
The only
to be
thing
a
Nino's
high,
going
gotta
down on is Wano Save It.
balance. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby. So fire up that cigarette, pour a shot to multiply. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me.
Welcome everybody. Make yourself comfortable. Get to know somebody. Slip into something more sensual.
I'm ready to take this leap of faith and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid in a state of panic. I'm a bad
Thank you
case.
for joining us for this Adam and Eve product review.
God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes. Fighting for the best, still black, Freddy Chapin. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker, hop in. Welcome back, got a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne. But I'm still alive, and I can't complain. I'm drama free, it's plain to see. Getting used
Someone
to
told me
these
that,
growing
John. I haven't went to look, but someone told me that the Eminem took down all his videos.
Spike, you put me up on this pedestal, but I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye, and the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. So I sit back and relax, still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me. I'm sick of guessing.
So there are apparently warnings going around social media now that say, are you concerned that one of your friends is becoming an extremist?
So answer this. Who the fuck are you? And who the fuck am I
I would
supposed to
be concerned if they weren't getting a little more extreme at this point. That's right, Discernment Files. We're going to watch the whole thing.
With no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the griffs. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss 'em off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement. And I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this,
Bow, 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 bow.
this particular show, you don't have the fork and balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit.
Welcome, everybody.
That stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like
Here we go.
Starving for attention, I'm gonna make
By the way, if you're watching over on CBC Media, you're on the wrong channel. It's only going to be on through this intro video, and then I'm shutting it down. Come over to Cold Beer Confessional. Cold Beer Confessional. Here we go.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up.
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
It's the off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Uh-oh.
It's the off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And yeah.
And Mars in the house.
Hey. The jab. Pine needle tea.
Underground Doms save the children.
Social security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel.
Medbed
Martial law.
1745. 10 Days of Darkness. Digging tunnels. Dogecoin. The Evergreen. 19. Vaseline. Boom.
Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Well,
Yeah,
Johnny, you
yeah.
go to mommy's basement.
You better buckle up.
The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Ain't seen none yet.
We are now the news.
Welcome, everybody. I am Will Bird, and this is the Cold Beer Confessional. If the channel you are watching on is called CBC Media, you are on the wrong channel. Please come to Cold Beer Confessional on YouTube. Cold Beer Confessional, not CBC Media. Cold Beer Confessional spelled out because I am turning off the CBC Media channel. So if it goes dead right now, that's how you're going to know you're on the wrong channel. I'm turning it off now. We'll see you over on the main channel. I just fired it up to give everybody an alert to where we were at. So here we go. See ya. See you over on the main channel. All right, guys. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. We're going to get started with some different things here in just a minute. We'll give everybody a chance to come over here. I'm going to fire up the bot. Thank you for joining us. I do appreciate it. I'm going to drop the links for if you want to support the show. There's different ways. There is cultclub.com. There is buymeacoffee.com/coldbeer. I've got a P.O. box. We do PayPal and Venmo, Cash App. We used to have Super Chats, but then YouTube decided that I was harassing people too much. And we have the GoFundMe for the situation going on with our house if that's something you want to participate in. If it's not, it's not. That's cool. No big deal. But I just got to throw those links out there, and the bot will bring them up randomly in the chat. So thank you for joining us. We had kind of an interesting show yesterday where we met a brand new person. I guess we can call her a grifter. I mean, she's out here claiming that she's a child rescuer. I found one of the best descriptions she gives of herself. I'm talking about Lauren Pritchard, of course. I found one of the best descriptions she gives of herself. Let me grab it right quick. And all we have to do is listen to the first minute or so of the video. Check this out. Oh, I had it muted.
What's up? Welcome. I'm Lauren Pritchard, alien hunter, child protective services, military commander, war strategist, psychological reverse operations specialist, friend to people who like me. People who don't fucking like me, you dead.
One of those are a military commander, also CPS, reverse psychological strategist, friend to people who like me.
Just kidding. But seriously, you dead. Speaking of, now that the pandemic is over.
So we at least found out she was taking up, she had been taking up, I just let the audio play because it was on Telegram, but it's hard for me to put Telegram on the screen. But now that she's described herself and we found her Patreon claiming that she's saving kids, I would say we could qualify her as a grifter. But again, that's not what our story's on. That was yesterday. She has the Immaculate Conception, and we all need to be worried about her child now and how she's going to raise it in that milk crate. We missed a video that I wanted to go back and cover. You guys might be getting tired of her. I know I am, but we still a piece we need to cover. It's a piece from Madison Marquette. It's actually the one where she accuses more pastors, and I want to see who she accuses. But right off the bat, I wanted to see this. This caught my eye earlier today. This is Nicholas V. Eminem telling us why we should watch the water. We've always been confused by that. They always relate it to something different and never seems to make any sense whatsoever. Maybe this lady can clear it up.
Hello and welcome. Today we have Adeline, and we will be discussing water, how important water is, what we are when it comes to water. Now, just before we begin, you can subscribe to my Telegram channel and to nicholasfeniarmin.com for my free email updates.
Someone told me that Nicky Nick decided to pull all his Charlie Ward videos. I'm going to go through and see if that's true while we're watching this here.
And if you're watching this for the first time on YouTube, I will leave the link below in the description for the full interview. Unless, of course, Adeline, YouTube is not going to be censoring us with all this information that you're going to be giving us, because we know that the deep state don't want the people to know this. What do you think?
They very well could. So I think to be on the safe side, just move it over there.
Right. So
move it over there.
Thank you for joining me. And how are you? And where do we begin?
Love it.
Well, look, thank you for having me on. I know you don't know me very well, but I am just super passionate about sharing about water and the right type of water, because it really is the very foundation of who and what we are.
Is she in a homemade laboratory? Because there's like an industrial sink, maybe some type of scientific equipment, and then there's an air fryer as well.
You know your audience. I'm here to, I suppose.
Is that her kitchen lab?
Actually, one prospect said to me lately, if you're going to be one of these 3D companies that's just going to sell to me, I don't want to know anything about it. But if you're 5D, I'll talk to you. So just to assure your listeners, this is a 5D company. This is a 5D product.
This is 5D certified product. I've had probably at least 30 or 40 Ds. That's what she's thinking in my life. So at least 5 of them went into this product.
Knowledge and information. And then, if you see value, we'll help you have one of these. If you don't, I promise you will actually learn something today anyway. So it's very laid back.
Certified 5D.
Fantastic. So
whoever's trying to get to a cash grab, you need to be the first one to make the company that investigates other companies' products and ensures that they are 5D compliant. There you go. It'll be like being Halil or UL underwritten certified. You need to make the 5D verification company where people send you their products and a little bit of a bribe. And then, you come out and it gets the 5D certification stamp. There's $1 million idea for you.
Give us an overview or explain to us how corrupt the water is that we have coming out from our water supply.
Okay, I get very bold and direct with this one. What we have coming out of our tap is a pharma chemical cocktail. There you go. I can't say it any more blunt than that. That's what it is. It's, as I say, you're not going to drink a glass of water and keel over and die, but you're going to, over time, this is building up toxins and chemicals inside your body.
By the way, I just went back 2 months on Charlie's fucking BitChute and on Nicholas Vitamin's BitChute, and neither one of them have videos with each other on there. Strange.
That the body can't let go of, that the body really holds on to. So yeah, that's what we're drinking. So we really need to move away from drinking that. And bottled water, it's not, I just say it's the second biggest scam of the 21st century is the bottled water industry. So clean filtered water and the right type of water is super important for everybody.
Now, before we move on to clean water, filtered water, I really want to talk more about how corrupt the water is and what kind of illnesses it could give us over the next, either how long, I don't know. Could it be 10 years, 20 years? What do you say?
Well, because it's so full of chemicals, what kind of illness it can give us, you couldn't be, you can't be specific on that.
I think this is something, I think she's using that for a doorway, maybe.
But what happens is when your body is, one, dehydrated and is chemically loaded, your body struggles to buffer itself and to basically, you become a filter. Instead of having filtered water, your body now becomes the filter. So that means your body has to work really, really hard on surviving and trying to get rid of and trying to deal with all these toxins and chemicals. So, So if you then have a filter rather than be a filter, your body then is better positioned to heal itself. That's what we're all about. We're about bringing the body back to balance, getting the right environment in the body. And when that's the case, the body can heal itself. Because if you keep flooding your body, which is...
So I don't, from what I know, Kangen water is like, I don't even know if that's how you say it. I've only ever read it before, but it's like ionized and they add hydrogen to the water. But I guess she's got a new spin on it. I don't know.
80% of who and what we are is water. With a chemically loaded water or bottled water, your body's going to break down.
I'm sure it's filtered too.
And how that breaks down is going to be different for that person versus that person versus that person. It manifests in a different way because there's other factors, obviously, diet and lifestyle and everything else to take into consideration. But what we are looking at is reversing that oxidative stress damage, reversing that rusting on the inside, that oxidation on the inside. And when you do that, the body can get to work and heal itself. And clean filtered water, that's the base level entry point. Everybody should have access to clean filtered water. What we're going to talk about today is a whole other level. We're talking about alive, energized, electrolyzed, reduced water. And you're probably going, what's that? But it just is a whole other level when it comes to health benefits.
Now, you said earlier that even bottled water is the biggest scam of the 21st century. Are you saying that even Evian and Volvic, are really bad for us? Highlands, Buxton's?
Yeah, they are. Like the sources are good. Like you take something like Evian. Okay, the source of the water is good. So if you could go to where Evian is bottled and get a nice glass or a stainless steel container like this and take your water there, that's a good source of water. But by the time it's put into a plastic bottle and it's been hauled halfway around the world, sitting in warehouses, hot trucks with a sell-by date 2 or 3 years out, now you've got a problem. So you've got this bisphenol leaching into the water. It's BPA, known carcinogen, known hormone disruptor. And people drink it and they buy Evian especially because they think it's the best. Look at Evian spelled backwards.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. Yeah. Naive.
Yeah.
So how about the plastic bottles that they use to store the water in? Is there any toxins in those bottles?
I remember as a kid, we drank out of a water hose all the time. It tasted like rubber.
Yeah, that's the BPA. So that's a known carcinogen and a known hormone disruptor. And if you look at actually the cheaper the water, actually usually the cheaper the plastic, and then the more toxins that are going to get into the water. So if you go on an airplane, not that we're getting on too many at the minute, and you get the bottles of water that they're so paper thin, like you could like literally break them holding onto it. Like that's the worst type of plastic. When you do go to the Evians and the maybe the higher priced bottled water, the plastic is of a higher grade, but it's still going to leach into the water. So there is a difference in what you buy, but it's just lesser chemicals, still chemicals.
Absolutely. So, right. So what is the solution, and how can we drink the best water every day so that we can help us meditate? We have a better sleep. We won't feel so hungry. We will feel more positive. I personally actually want to know, because I drink lots of water, but I'm very embarrassed.
They're just all turning to products, right? All of them are turning to products. Charlie's been doing it for a while.
But it really needs to stop.
You guys might not know this. If you don't watch Charlie outside of my show, I don't watch his or Simon's videos that are product reviews. So they have shows where they just have someone on, and it'll be like talking about health within the quantum, system or some shit. And it'll just be some guy selling CBD oil or this or that. I don't watch those shows. I just watch the ones that are news-based, and Simon does them too. Nicholas of M&M has never really been that into it until now. I mean, they're all turning to products. Must be time to get the cash and run.
So I'm really grateful that I have you on my show, because you're educating me and the viewers. I'm sure the viewers know much more than me when it comes to water. But
oh wow, that was awkward. I hope Intel Lady can reenact that. I'm sure the viewers know much more about water when it comes to water. When it comes to, I mean, me when it comes to water. But anyways,
but what do you suggest when it comes to water?
Look, when it comes to water, one of the key things I always suggest is that when you clean filter your water, that you retain essential minerals, because water is literally what we're made up of. It is actually our most important nutrient. So you mentioned meditation there. Meditation and breath, really, really important. Next, we need to look at water, and then we look at food. But we tend to put the food before the water, and people maybe prioritize, buying their organic, or maybe even growing their own food, and they put a big focus on that, and water kind of gets left secondary. And a lot of people don't even stop to think
horse
about
tranquilizers. I think that's what he uses.
They bring it inside and they wash it in their tap water. They're actually adding the chemicals into their food. So whether you're growing your food or you're buying your organic food, if you're coming home and you're preparing your food with a chemically loaded pharma water, you're actually intoxicating your food. So definitely retaining essential minerals is really important as well. A lot of people, and maybe a lot of your listeners mightn't like this, but I'm not a fan of distilled water, or I'm not a fan of reverse osmosis water, because they completely demineralize the water. Yes, they are purer waters. They're purified in that, but everything is taken out, the goodies and the baddies. So it's important to take out the nasties, but leave the essential minerals.
Okay. Water. We take out the goodies or the baddies, but we leave the goodies. Makes more sense. I got to speed this up. This is painful.
Essential that the minerals are left there for the process, or else you actually can't energize and change the structure of water unless you've got a mineral content there to work with. So it's really important for us that we have naturally occurring minerals in our water.
Did Larry just jump in to talk shit and then leave?
This is the most important thing in our lives, is what we put in our bodies. And for an example, when people say, throw away your television, get rid of the mainstream media, that's the virus. Well, water, organic food, and all of those things, like, getting rid of the mainstream media, they're all on the same level. These are the things what we need to do to get into 5D, okay? Because it affects our pineal gland. Absolutely. When we drink the wrong waters. And if we want to go to 5D, we need to put the right water and minerals in our bodies. And this is something that is personal to me and I really want to work on. So if I may allow you to continue with your presentation in respect to, what you recommend for us taking water, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm going to keep this really simple. I suppose I've learned that over the years. I'm 6 years working with this product, and I owned a water filtration company for 18 years before that. So I'm experienced with water and different types and different sources and treatment systems and different types of drinking water filters and so on. So I'm not just making it very off the cuff. I don't agree with reverse osmosis or distilled water when it comes to drinking. So what I do at a basic level, as I said, is your water filter. But what we are passionate about is this particular type of water, which is known as electrolyzed reduced water. Okay, that is the proper scientific name for the water after the process has happened. This is Japanese technology. It's manufactured under medical equipment license in Osaka in Japan. It's a very, very high standard product. You can see this.
I swear, Kelly, I know you're making a joke. That's literally what this was. That's literally what this episode is titled. Where's the title of it? Adeline discusses Watch the Water. She discusses what Watch the Water means. It means to filter your water more thoroughly.
Two of them there behind me. So what it does very simply is it takes your tap water, you connect the machine to it, it goes through a pre-filter, so it's a high-grade carbon filter that will take out the nasties. And then
just speeding her up a little bit makes her sound more educated.
Now, this is a very natural process. There's nothing added to the water to change its structure. So basically, if anybody wants more information about kind of deeper into this process, I'm happy to do that. But I prefer to keep this light because it can get very, very scientific and deep. But what you're going to do is you're going to split the water molecule. You're going to take your H2O and you're going to, with a mild electrical charge, split it.
Watch the Water has been everything to do with water for 4 years, apparently.
Instead of chemically loaded, neutral tap water, after literally putting it through this machine, touch of a button, you're going to have live, energized, electrolyzed reduced water with a negative millivolt reading of up to negative 800 millivolts. This water is charged and alive, which really supports raising our cell voltage and keeping our frequency up and keeping our vibration up, because now you're drinking alive water and it's alkalized, but naturally, not artificially. So the body doesn't have to, go into any stress to deal with anything extra because you're not adding in alkaline minerals or you're not adding in anything artificial. So the body will, like anything with a charge, when you put it into the body, it'll start to lose its charge. So the body can deal with this very, very well. And it just...
When I first heard Watch the Water, I went to Pornhub, and somebody had to do it, but I slaved away through hours and hours and hours and hours of Pornhub content to try to find the greatest spray pattern, because I figured that woman would be the savior of our world. I did find it. It turns out she's just a whore, but it was a worthy attempt.
Transforms your health and well-being because it's flooding your body with negative ions in the form of molecular hydrogen. And if anybody wants to...
It was a quest, if you will. A quest.
Search engine and look up the health benefits of molecular hydrogen water. It's phenomenal. Phenomenal.
So
I don't know if you guys know who... Damn, what the fuck is her name? Hold on just a second. Oh, Trisha Paytas. Do you guys know who Trisha Paytas is? She's like a YouTuber. She had a podcast. She's something special. Anyway, she started an OnlyFans. And one thing that she specializes in is she is a water type of orgasm specialist. And she specializes in personalized videos, and she'll make it whatever color you want. She gorges herself on that color of Gatorade until it passes completely through her body unchanged. Just in case you need that little tidbit of information.
Say, for an example, I have one of those machines and I fill it up with tap water. How long does the process take to clean the water before I'm able to drink it?
Oh, it's instant. I'm actually even going to show you because you know what?
Oh God, where are we going? What?
Sorry, I wasn't actually prepared for this. We're going to do it.
Oh shit.
This is we've a beautiful water stored here in the heart of Ireland. So this is your normal tap water. Locally here, your pharmaceutical tap water. And literally, press it a little bit. I literally will flick a little diverter. It'll then go through the machine.
Like the fountain, so it's a Venetian. There you go.
I select my level of water that I want, and now it's instant. So it's touch of a button, straight away has water that is negatively charged. And in fact, you just fill this a little bit, you'll see that there's a lovely, you mightn't see it so clearly, the camera's a little bit on.
And you're saying that I could even use this to wash my dishes?
You can use it to wash your dishes if you want. You can rinse your hands.
Yeah, hell. You can wash your clothes or your dish. It's fucking water. What stupid fucking question was that, Nicholas? Are you saying that this is even wet? And if I use some type of cleaning solution with it, would it clean? Suppose I sprayed it all upon my body and then used a bar of soap. Would it rinse me off? Of course you can. Jesus Christ. You think I can use... You're saying... Now, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're saying I could actually wash dishes with water? The fuck are you using now, dude?
You can wash your cups, you can do anything with it, but you can use it for everything. Literally, once you have one of these, the only thing you'll use your tap for afterwards is probably to rinse a cup or do something like that with it. But for washing your fruit and veg as well, that's super important. Sorry, my hair's caught in my earring. To wash your fruit and veg as well, you can do all your food preparation with that, your tea, your coffee, your herbal, your supplements, your, whatever you're doing already to support your health and well-being, especially with your supplements, you're going to get better absorption.
The most of all intellectuals.
Everything. So everything that you're doing right now is actually going to work even better when the foundation is...
Wow.
Suppose I was making pasta and I just threw the dry noodles into a pot. Are you saying that I could suspend them in this type of fluid and perhaps that would help them to cook?
Yeah.
Because, all right, if I'm going to have that plugged in, instead of just taking it in and out, I might as well just use it for my dishes, use it to wash my hands, use it to drink. I could just leave it there, couldn't I? And you just plug it in?
Well, you just plug it in, connect it to your tap, and it sits there. So when you're going out and about, then you just fill your BPA-free bottle, either stainless steel or glass, I recommend, and because that really holds the charge in the water. And you just have your water with you on the go. So you stop buying bottled water, which is better for the environment, and you stop drinking it, which is better for you.
So once we start drinking this, bottled water becomes our new tap water. The perception.
The perception.
Has he suffered some type of brain damage? I mean, he's never been smart or an intellectual type, but he just said, so bottled water becomes our new tap water. What the hell is going on with you, dude?
Water. And you just have your water with you on the go. So you stop buying bottled water, which is better for the environment, and you stop drinking it, which is better for you.
He's having a stroke.
So once we start drinking this, bottled water becomes our new tap water.
Even one side of his face is more overly exaggerated in its motions and movements and mannerisms. He's had a stroke.
So once we start drinking this, bottled water becomes our new tap water. The perception.
The perception.
The perception. Can you imagine it?
Water becomes our new tap water. The perception.
The perception. Yeah, you just leave that in the past. Yeah.
This bottled water becomes our new tap water. The perception.
The perception. Yeah, you just leave that in the past. Yeah.
Right.
Maybe he likes this woman. Is this how it is being on a date with him?
The perception. So once we start drinking this, bottled water becomes our new tap water. The perception.
The perception. Yeah, you just leave that in the past. Yeah.
Right. Interesting. So, how
he knows that water filters have existed for like 30 fucking years that you can put on your tap, right? Like they used to be fancy and expensive and they just keep getting cheaper and more available all the time. Like this, she didn't invent this, right?
How great are these machines? How long do they last for? Is it, the servicing, all of that warranty? Can you explain that for us?
Yeah, I'll go to that very briefly. As I said a few minutes ago, these are actually...
You must really want these commission checks.
They are a high ticket item. There's no question or doubt about that. But once you've made your initial investment, the running cost of these is really low. You're talking about changing a filter every 6,000 litres, which in a home, depending how many's there and what you're using it for, 6 or 12 months, we'll say a filter will last you. So it'll cost you, very little to run.
You can go ahead and change that to about a month and a half.
They are incredible. There's no servicing or maintenance on them as such. You just keep them clean with citric acid because you need to keep those plates that do the work free from the buildup of minerals. So keep it clean and change your filter. And then 5-year parts and labour warranty and built to last you and your family or your business. A lot of businesses go for it actually for staff health and well-being and for chemical-free cleaning and so on.
Wow, that's fantastic. This is what my platform is all about. It's about guests who come on, they educate, or they give us intel, or we have doctors, or we have people like you who give solutions. And I love that, Adeline. Thank you so, so much. Is there
Now, Nick, you're not going to believe this, but my water filter is actually built into my refrigerator. And you change it like I don't know if you know what an oil filter on a car is. You change it sort of like a water-filled light bulb. Let's just say that.
anything else that you'd like to say to the viewers before we finish?
Yeah, well, look, the way I feel about this is if anybody wants more information, they want to learn how they can have one of these. I mean, I'm sure you can share a link with them that they can get in touch with me directly.
No wonder Charlie left. This son of a bitch is fucked up.
And I'd be delighted to share the information with them. That's what they will get. They're not going to get a hard sell of any description. And any of my customers that are out there already will tell you that. And we have an exceptional follow-up support for all our customers to make sure that they get the most use from the water, that they start to use the chemical-free cleaning side of it, where you can literally take all the pesticides and the herbicides and the crap off your fruit and veg as well. And you've got a natural sanitizing water, which is your natural.
Yeah, ours came with the house. It's literally like an oil filter on a car. You just like reach back there and unscrew it and put another one on and screw it in. We usually just reset it like 10 times, then replace it.
Disinfectant, all from the same machine. So yeah, we are here to just support people, answer their questions, go a little deeper if they want to know more about the science and the technology.
QVC, that's yeah.
Share the health benefits, but the health benefits is what really makes
that's yeah. It's the QVC edition.
Can have a really big impact on your health and well-being. That's the bit.
Do we really want to live in this world?
Absolutely. No, thank you so much. I think you're doing a fantastic work for humanity. It's great. We need more of this. It needs to go viral, this thing. So for the viewers, if you're watching, please share.
I need to change Watch the Water and to change the filter because my refrigerator basically says that constantly.
This is a great investment for your health. You will never look back and regret it, especially with water and minerals and Ascension, when we're speaking of Ascension. But thank you so much, Adeline, and God bless you.
God bless you too, and keep vibing high. God bless.
Bye-bye.
It's very, very good. Very good, Nicholas Viamanum. So I'll show you right quick. He has removed all his Charlie Ward stuff. Luckily, he still has all his Jason Q stuff. I would hate to lose this. That is like a treasure trove of information. If the Jason Q stuff wasn't there, I might have just shut the fucking show down if it had been missing. But luckily, it's still there. We're just missing all the Charlie Ward videos. He used to do Charlie Ward every week. So there's no way you should be able to go back 2 months and not a single Charlie Ward video. You wouldn't think. Oh, there it was. Where's this one from? May 28th was the last Charlie Ward. We can check this. Hold on. Control F. Charlie. Only one. May 28th. That was the last video he did with Charlie Ward. And on Charlie's channel, Charlie used to have Nick's videos on there all the time. They're not there anymore. Dr. Charlie Ward. So it wasn't even just interviews. He was taking Nick's videos and uploading on his channel. It wasn't just interviews. It was just sometimes it was just Nick's video. Had nothing to do with Charlie. And it would be put up on the channel, but the same way. That is very strange. He also isn't talking to Mel K as much anymore. I also noticed this, Will. So I don't know if you guys know this, but well, I guess you do if you've been watching the show for a while. Who was it? Was it Kirsten that said she got an email that said, you know, I really liked your video, but I had to take it down because of blah, blah, blah. Because of Mel K and Charlie. Maybe they're still having a fallout over that. That was a while back. I think it was Kirsten that showed the email that Nick took her video down. I can't remember. Either way, the videos suck anymore. See, Charlie does it like every third or fourth video, it will be a product video. Like this is a product video. This is more than likely a product video. Product video. Tidal wave is here. We love. Nope. Yeah, he likes to push a bunch of product videos, and he doesn't name them as product videos. He acts like they're real interviews, but they're not. They're just there to set up the product. That's basically it. Let's see. Scotty Too Hottie has been poisoned. There is no other excuse for what's going on other than it is a full-blown poisoning. Well, since we watched, let's see what this is. This is what Charlie Ward posted most recently. Hey, Beer Man, Dwayne Daphne bought you a six-pack. You make me laugh. I love it. Oh, thank you. Oh, Diane. I don't know why I said Dwayne. I guess I saw a W. Diana Daphne bought you a six-pack. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I need to ask you a favour. I need you to watch this next video clip. It's not of me. It's Mark Harper in the House of Commons. Now, bear in mind that this week the British government have said that vaccine passports will be mandatory.
I bet you if she turned sideways, I mean, all I can see is her facial features from the front, but I bet you if she turned sideways, she'd look extremely Khazarian.
For all sorts of things. They're starting off with clubs, but it's also going to be sporting events. It's going to be large venues events. It will be festivals. It's going to be places of religious worship. They've said not supermarkets yet. Thanks for that. Listen to Mark Harper. He's in the House of Commons and he's saying it's not reasonable. It would be outrageous to expect MPs to have a vaccine passport. Listen to his words as well. He says the vaccine passport and the vaccine is a medical procedure, that it would be outrageous to expect MPs to have this medical procedure. So why is it that employers are writing to people up and down the country right now saying if you don't have the vaccine, you've got 12 weeks and you're going to be out of a job? Why is it rules for thee, but not for me? And I wonder, shouldn't we have full disclosure of just how many of these MPs who are foisting this vaccine on the...
That's funny, Rescue. I've heard it before, but that's been a long time since I heard that.
And if not, why not? Please take 2 minutes of your time to watch what is going on in the House of Commons and how MPs don't plan to have the vaccine passport for themselves.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, on which I have given you notice, and I've also notified the Leader of the House of Commons. You'll be aware yesterday a statement was made at the dispatch box by the Parliamentary Under-Secretary at the Department for Health and Social Care about vaccine passports. And there's a relevant piece, Mr. Speaker, which potentially pertains to the House of Commons. He said...
I don't think I can do those jokes.
Aged 18 and over will have had the chance to receive full vaccination and the additional 2 weeks for that protection to take hold. So at that point, we plan to make full vaccination a condition of entry to not...
My favorite one is from the, I think it was a Ryan Reynolds movie, or was it Dane Cook? I always get their movies confused. Anyways, it was the Catholic and the Jewish priest. That's my favorite joke.
And other venues where large crowds gather. Proof of a negative test will no longer be sufficient. Now, it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, particularly on a Wednesday, when we get back to normal, that definition could equally apply to this House of Commons. It would be outrageous if the executive were to attempt to prevent any member of Parliament attending this House to represent our constituents without first...
May 28th is the last date there, too.
...procedure. Now, Mr. Speaker...
So it is true that Nicholas Vehman, I do remember now, he did do a video with Kirsten W., and that was when she was doing like the Secret of Truth video and stuff, and she was kind of going off about Charlie and Mel. Now her and Mel K are made up, but back then she kind of went off on them, and she had said some stuff, and Nicholas sent her an email, which she read live on one of her shows that said, I love your intel. I don't want you to be mad or nothing, but I had to take our video down out of respect for Charlie and Mel and blah, blah, blah. I remember that.
Speaker, I raised it with you because I hope you'll be able to make a ruling on this matter. And in
You're good, Johnny.
Just note that your 17th century predecessor, Speaker Lenthal, stood up very effectively against an overmighty executive. And it didn't end well for the overmighty executive.
Yeah. It did lead to the end of the monarchy as well, I might add, for a short period. So let's hope we're not quite going back that far. What I would say is I'm very grateful for the honourable member giving me notice, and I've had no indication that...
Oh, it's like it's the classic joke. Everybody knows it, where there's a Catholic priest and a Jewish rabbi walking down the street, and they're talking to each other, and a little boy walks by, and the Catholic priest says, "Man, I'd sure love to screw that boy," and the rabbi says, "Out of what?" That's the whole joke. I don't know. It's just silly, but I like it. I think it's funny.
Considers the policy he has mentioned should apply to this House. What I would say, Speaker of this House, there is nothing to stop a member coming into here. You have the right to come to this House unless this House otherwise says so. And I've got to say, the government's not been in touch. I don't expect them to be in touch because, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't apply to members.
The lockdown doesn't apply to members was basically the whole point of this video. The lockdown doesn't apply to members. It kind of ended abruptly. Has Charlie been taking some time off? You think he's abandoned the the country? I mean, he's got video updates, but is this even him? Is he even in this one? Hold on. Some of these, like the one I just showed, he's not in this one. That was a Goldbusters video.
Gold is cheap.
He wasn't in that one. He's not in this one. The last one he did was here, which is still labeled as yesterday upload. Sometimes he even re-uploads.
And this is just what
it's from a movie. I think it's
exactly what I've just said.
I want to say it was Dane Cook that says it when he's like out on a date or something.
Because we are seeing who the Build Back Better Great Reset leaders are very clearly now. I don't know if you saw, because it happened only, I think, yesterday. But finally, after we've been talking about it for 18 months.
Is Charlie underwater? One, that's Charlie's clone, clearly. Two, Charlie's clone is at SeaWorld. Who the fuck let him set up and film at SeaWorld? Do you guys have SeaWorlds? in Europe or Spain or over there? Across the drink? Maldives for 2 weeks.
Enjoy watching all of my videos. Thank you.
I don't know how much you're getting to the TV, but...
Why does Charlie look like... So he looks like a smudge of Charlie Ward. Like if you took a Polaroid picture before it was done and ran your thumb across it of Charlie Ward.
Every country basically had a major rally against the lockdowns, against the vaccines, all of that. And all is being revealed because we are...
Not a good background if your head is bald and shiny. It just looks like the ocean is consuming your head. Not to mention, you haven't had ears in literally months. I think that's an issue, that both your ears fell off. You should probably be telling us about that. I mean, you've got these little nubs, but no full ears.
Seeing who the Build Back Better Great Reset leaders are very clearly now. I don't know if you saw, because it happened only, I think, yesterday. But finally, after we've been talking about it for 18 months, the FDA came out and said that the PCR test is not qualified and should not be used for COVID because it can't tell the difference between the flu and the COVID.
Correct.
Oh, really?
Exactly. Well, I've just sent that to the manager of the hotel here less than 2 hours ago because I was explaining to him that the test is a lottery.
Right.
The figures for the people who
He's on the bottom, but it must be a very bottom bunk. He got a porthole window. That's what he's in front of. He's just zoomed way in. No, I'm pretty sure in some of those really fancy ass places like down in the Caribbean and shit, maybe on the Maldives or whatever, that there is they have the rooms that are like partially under the water or whatever. Maybe that's it, or maybe that's what he's trying to fake. I don't know why he looks like a smudge of himself, though.
Produced, believe it or not, by Dominion, in conjunction with Smartmatic. And they also produce the testing kits to match the results. So it's a complete lottery. I said, if you want to have a bit of fun, why don't we test a banana, a grapefruit, and a mango and send it off and see which one comes back positive, so that
Right.
you can understand that they're. Because I've actually said to them, I'll have a PCR test as long as you only just take the inside of my mouth.
Right.
Because that is what you should do for a test. Going up your nose and breaking that membrane is implanting nanoparticles that can be activated either by the vaccine or by 5G.
Oh, that's exactly right. You can't keep flipping, Charlie. So 5G was bad, then Trump fixed 5G, and now 5G's back to bad again. It activates nanoparticles.
And to repair the damage.
Look, I'm walking a tightrope on YouTube's terms of service. I'm not saying anything's good, but I'm also saying it doesn't activate nanobots.
What they put up your nose, it can be repaired, but it takes around 5 years.
Oh my God. And
5 years in a med bed.
after Soros and
Whoa.
Gates buy the biggest
Somebody dropped a flounder. Must be feeding time behind Charlie.
programs. 5 days later, they are outlawing the.
He's weightless underwater. All his wrinkles and sags and shit just rose up, and now he can't tell what's going on.
But the testing company, I said, give it 5 to 7 days for the World Health Organization to say that's the only test you can take.
Yeah, yeah. And this is all part of the pantomime to get people to understand what's going on. There is something very, 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 very funny that's come out yesterday. I don't know if you've noticed, but they're thinking about banning farting because flatulation can transmit the virus.
I saw that in the.
Yeah, sure. They're banning farting. Why is Charlie Ward's head built like a bowling ball?
I know.
Oh my
and
God.
what have they got to do before people wake up?
I don't know at this point, and that's the problem.
God damn, Charlie, you itching a little bit, buddy? It's the 5th time I've saw you dig at yourself. If motherfuckers got fleas or something.
Really, at this point, if you're not awake to what's going on, and most people are. I don't know if you saw that Trump event. There were thousands and thousands of people to the Biden event where there was only really press showed up.
There was only press showed up.
Point. I mean, rumor is that well, it's long past when they should have called the 25th Amendment for Biden. But he, in his little show last week on CNN, not only did he lie about everything, but that Don Limon called him the big guy. So we know from the emails that the big guy gets 10% of all of Hunter's deals. But he also, oddly enough, said, the QAnon people think that I drink baby blood. And I looked at Rob and I said, what? Why is he saying that point? And he said he doubled down with a reporter later. I was like, oh my God, something is totally cracking here. This is just falling apart.
Yeah, they're cracking the fucking Republican Party in half and making us all look like psychopaths. That's exactly what they're doing. They're using their crazy to offset the left-wing crazy. That's exactly how he used it yesterday. I showed you the video. When they asked him, are you in favor of defunding the police? He said no. They said, are there people within the Republican Party that would be in favor of defunding the police? He said, are there people in the Republican Party who think we're sucking out children's blood? They're using our craziest, to offset their crazy and craziest. And it's not going to work out in our favor, I'm telling you. Not with them in power.
A 25th Amendment resignation. But most people don't realize that Kamala Harris is as deep state cabal as they come.
Now Mel's itching.
Plus, America despises her. There's the few
transmissible
CIA-based Nazi feminists that think it's so great that just a woman, any woman, is.
This has to be the absolute worst filming location in the world.
In that position, as if women, are in some way, I don't know. The whole. We know the CIA created the whole feminism movement, but that's a big deal. And
well, I don't want to make fun of anybody's intrinsic characteristics because that's against terms of service. But I have heard that an uncontrollable swelling and growing of the nose can be caused by the filming of blunt force trauma to the back of the throat. Something about a rounded, meaty object, a cylindrical meat bat, if you will, bouncing off the base of the spinal cord, the base of the skull and top of the spinal cord, causes an uncontrollable, and being recorded, causes an uncontrollable swelling and growth of the nasal cavities.
And
I'm not talking about anybody in this video. I'm just talking about in general. I think I read it in a medical journal.
Trump just laid out all the cards that we've been talking about for 17 months, one after another. And if you're not going to be listening to them, you're lost.
Let's just say some people got the throat swab long before anybody was getting sick.
And if you know, and even if you hate Trump because of all the manufactured BS, everyone should listen to that. He's telling you exactly the truth as usual. And people might not like it, but I wonder what you're hearing about the financial side.
Whoa, Charlie. Oh, look at that. He doesn't have zoom on his camera, so he just like runs his face into it.
Listen to that. He's telling you exactly the truth as usual. And people might not like it, but I wonder what you're hearing about the financial side. Because what I got, because I've been saying the Durham report's real for 12 months, while a lot of the
when they came up with the word super spreader, they didn't mean their legs. They didn't mean that.
truthers have been saying it's never going to come, blah, blah, blah. But apparently not just Devin Nunes, but other people are saying that that's going to hit. So like you and I thought, I think it's probably going to be the election fraud, Durham, Ghislaine Maxwell / Clinton Foundation documents are all going to pop at one time, like the tsunami that we've been waiting for. What are you seeing on the financial side? Because a lot of weird things are happening. I don't know if you saw last week, but that Akamai hit, that hack, which the hacks, as you and
Man, look out. That girl out there is a super spreader. Yeah, and she's a gymnast too. You wouldn't believe the position she could get in.
I know are coming from the inside, hit 30,000 companies. But if you look at the companies, they're pretty much all the cabal companies.
Yep.
So something is happening.
There's a huge amount happening behind the scenes on the financial side, a huge amount. But it's being done very, very quietly because what we saw, and I announced it last.
By the way, someone yelled at me in the comments today for using a Patriot platform to talk about the shit that I was going through with my house, or am going through with my house. They said that that's not what Patriot platforms were made for. Oh, I'm sorry. I was confused from the last year of watching people beg for tour buses, beg for $5 million tours and shit, to go around and appear in front of 17 people, and then not call it a shitty crowd, call it a sign from QAnon. I'm sorry, I missed the notice.
Last year, the QFS went live in August last year, and that's accurate information.
Right.
But it's been running alongside, and what they did was they haven't loaded it fully yet because they've had to. There was a massive cash grab from corrupt bankers that went on, and now they couldn't get now.
Charlie's got concrete boots. Is that what you're saying?
Coming into the banking system, they've started stealing people's assets. So there's a lot of people who've got money in the bank. The money has been stolen by the bankers because they've got no money to play with anymore because it's dried up from the Federal Reserve.
Right.
So, but the good thing is you don't need to panic if they've stolen.
I wonder what Mel K did with all her Saved by the Bell money. I mean, she was Mr. Carosi's daughter for at least 4 seasons. And it seems like she ran right through that, living at home and shit.
Stolen your money. Because the good guys have been watching. And there was I got an email, I think you were copied in on it.
Who calls YouTube a Patriot platform anyways?
White Hats are allowing this to happen. It's very, very important that, and we've seen this right from the start, you and I were a little bit shocked when Biden got into power. Well, I was certainly shocked.
Right.
Because I didn't think it would go that far, but they had to allow him to commit the crime.
Right.
And they're having to allow things to happen, which I personally would not choose to do because I like a peaceful life. But
it's been flooding in Spain too. There you go. Dude, man, South Africa. I actually know a couple people that live in South Africa. If you don't know, the entire African continent for probably the last 10 years, maybe if you want to get early there for the start of it, has been going through what is like a fucking gold rush on the whole continent. I've given plenty of advice to people who are like young and single and like want to travel the world. You can go to South Africa. You used to be able to go to South Africa and get in like logistics, just like moving a freight, transport, delivery, blah, blah, blah. You could take like 10 grand. Let's say you made 10 grand here and could save it all up and go to South Africa and turn it into fucking millions and shit in over there because of how quickly the country was developing, how much they needed there. Hell, our own CIA's over there making money doing it. So it's got to have a hell of a return on it. But I know a couple of friends who live in South Africa. Still, even though most of the people that I knew went there had already kind of cashed out, made their money, and left. But it's going through a hell of a time right now. Like, Jesus Christ, these massive violent protests. The cops are gunning people down. That's if the cops even show up. Sometimes the cops are going and looting and attacking stores and business owners. And, man, it's bad. I don't know if you guys have been seeing on the news, but it looks pretty rough.
Control. They're allowing the black hats to expose themselves so that people understand what's going on. It's not nice. It's horrible. It makes me sick to see that people are losing their lives. And
I had a guy I know that took, I think he had $25,000 that he had saved over working on the road for a few years. And he went over there and ended up buying basically a road tractor, and ended up turning that into like 5 road tractors and putting drivers in them, like a tractor and trailer, and putting drivers in them. And he said, like, it's the craziest thing you've ever seen. Like, you have to bribe people everywhere you go. You have to lie and cheat and steal, basically, to cross borders and get stuff delivered. But they're making 100 times, like, for freight charges and shit, because people need it so bad. Not to mention, you'll take possession of freight to deliver to. He told me you'll take possession of freight to deliver to, like, company A, and once you get it on the road and leave the warehouse, company like B, C, D, and E will all call you and try to give you double the delivery fee if you bring it to them instead. Like, it's the Wild West, or was for a while. Now it's more like Minneapolis a year ago.
Losing their livelihoods. And it's not the way that Charlie would have done it at all. But I'm not in control.
Right. And, I now understand it. Also, I'm pretty sure that from what I've seen and read, that Obama gave a lot of these criminals pardons behind the scenes, because
Trump gave a bunch of criminals pardons. Trump pardoned half the swamp.
He's involved with the people that control the media. So, of course, we don't know that. And that they had to let them commit.
If there was one thing that I was disgusted with on the way out, besides the we love you, you're special, go home, it was some of the people on Trump's pardon list.
The crimes after.
Yeah.
So new crimes, which there's so many old crimes that we're going to get there. But also, finally, yesterday came out a very interesting video from Hunter Biden's laptop where he's talking to his girlfriend / brother's widow about rehab. And he breaks out a crack pipe and starts smoking crack.
I saw it. I saw it.
And it went viral. And that's not Russian disinformation.
No.
What kind of degenerate? And then they're actually pulling off this, that he's selling his art to anonymous donors that he also met with. I mean, people have to see this, but let me tell you something. Even my 80-year-old.
Have you guys ever heard Charlie tell the story about how he became the guy who did every security system for all the prisons within the UK? He was selling books door to door, and he tried to sell one at the prison, I guess. And the warden answered, and the warden's like, we're having so much trouble with our security system. I can't talk to you right now. And he's like, oh, well, I could probably take care of that. And they're like, oh, really? You know stuff about security systems? He's like, oh, yeah, of course. And she's like, how would you like the contract for all of the prisons for all of Great Britain to do the security systems there? And he's like, oh, yeah, of course. Let me just stop selling books door to door.
Parents, if and when they see that crack smoking Hunter, you can't not at this point question everything. There's just no way. And I hear that. And then they came out and said that Tony Podesta was hired by Huawei. Tony Podesta is no more, as far as I know, from every as he shouldn't be, because get ready, because I see a lot of dropping about the satanic temple, the stuff nobody's been talking about with Epstein Island is there's a little bit here and there in the mainstream media starting to, I think, warn people about the satanic ritual abuse, the satanic cult, who's in it, and what they've been doing in terms of Marina Abramovich and the Podestas and what spirit cooking is. You're just starting to see little drops that are really leading me to that is coming out. It has to, we know that, but I just see that the White Hat's preparing people for the worst. And I don't think we're even going to see more than 20% of how bad that is. But there's also the serial killer of young black men, who's the biggest donor to California Democrats. What's his name? Ed Buck. His trial's going on. So it's going to be revealed that he hopefully his connections with, which we know about, Adam Schiff, Ted Lieu, Hillary Clinton, and all of them. You don't really hang out.
Of course, Mel.
You know, they think fun is picking up young black men and teenagers, shooting them up with heroin and crack and watching them die. But
that's right, Mel.
In court now. Then we're going to have R. Kelly in court, which nobody's paying attention to, which will connect to all the NBA and rap stars and all that. We had somebody come out, WNBA player, and say LeBron James is a sex trafficker, and she can prove it. So it's coming from all sides at the moment, the disclosure about the cult. And, you know, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. But I always thought it was all going to come out at once, where there was no way to stop the information.
There was also, when I was reflecting back at some of the things that I've been on the journey I've been on, there was mentioned some time back, 8-9 months ago, maybe more, that there was going to be, when the bubble started to burst, there'll be mass suicides.
Right.
Oh, yeah. You reckon?
Right.
I would say you're responsible for a mass of those.
Where they've actually been found guilty, taken out and executed. But if they were cooperative, they would be allowed to do it as a suicide. And that's something that somebody pointed out to me yesterday, that they had a feeling we were getting very, very close to a number of suicides now.
Yeah. I mean, that's for sure. And also, you know, people are starting to question, finally, the Jeffrey Epstein story. I mean, it's just impossible that what they've said is true. I think people are very confused. Who's a white hat? Who's a black hat? But there's some people that are gray. You know, there's some people that were complicit in crimes earlier, maybe the attorney general and some other people. And they made deals and they played a role and they, in some way, redeemed themselves. We're also seeing, you know, I know people want to say, oh, Britney Spears is a Hollywood story. It's not, because even the original true Me Too people that have totally been hijacked are starting to point fingers. Exactly where I always said, the hub of Satanism in Hollywood is right in the middle. And at that agency. And it's starting to come out one after another. Plus, we're seeing all the celebrities we know were on Epstein Island pushed in front of our faces in bogus stories and distraction stories. And again, they're still trying to push Meghan Markle and Prince Harry on the American public. And nobody cares.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't just say because they were a Democrat. I mean, they donated to Hillary Clinton too, but you can't just say because they're a Democratic donor that they had any more tie than just being a donor.
Okay.
There's got to be something more.
Traitors to their own family.
Yeah.
So, you know, that, and of course the Pope got surgery, bounced back, but now it's like, no, he didn't. Banning Latin Mass. What? Who are you?
Exactly.
So, you know, we have that Archbishop Vigano, nobody's talking about, who is the true hero in the Catholic religion, the one that wrote letters to Trump about the cabal and the Satanists and that the Vatican was taken over, and he's been sounding the alarm for so long. Well, he came out and just kind of went off on the entire situation and the blood and the, like we've talked about, the Planned Parenthood blood and the abortions and all of that is connected to the satanic thing, and that they're initiating people on wide scale. And I really, his letter was so, and that the vaccines use fetal baby tissue from abortions. And so like what they're doing with the vaccine, regardless of how dangerous it is also a satanic, basically ritual.
The dude is fucked up though. He basically, it was known within like the homeless encampments. We're talking about Ed Buck now, but basically within the homeless encampments, it was known that he would pay you hundreds of dollars if you would come over and smoke meth and fucking dance in your underwear and I'm sure do more, but they just always says naked or in your underwear and dance around and shit, right? So he would pay you less if you wanted to smoke it or inject it yourself, or more if you let him inject you. And basically, it seemed like he was experimenting with how much was too much and how far he could go. He videotaped a lot of it. I don't know. And ended up twice killing someone. But he was very interested in black males and how high he could get them.
You know, how they, the cabal, they invite you in, you know, and then it's plausible deniability. Well, you took it, so it's not our fault. And that's all pretty good.
We're starting to realize, you and I both, we both trust 100% in God. We're starting to see, we referred to evil in our lives, and I don't think you and I had any idea how evil could be.
No.
And we sort of talked about it, and then suddenly when you come face to face with it, you realize how it suckers people in, but how evil it really, really is. Any single person that can hurt or destroy children or women, it's just repulsive. I've talked here in the Maldives. By the way, the resort is 80% full.
Wow, nice.
And this is their low season.
Right.
And there's some beautiful people here. And I've just talked to a few people. It was a bit of a surprise to be recognized, especially when you're so far away. But
right.
I've talked to a few people. And one lady I spoke to, Cindy, who lives in Colorado. She was originally from New York. She lives in Vail, Colorado. She's our next door neighbor. She said, "Do you know, Charlie, I knew something was wrong. I've been looking to find out the truth. And what you've just told me now has made me feel so peaceful and calm because it makes sense."
Right.
And so you don't have to take my word for it. You can look here, here, and here. She said, "I've looked here, here, and here, but I've been trying to establish where else I can find." I pointed you out.
Thanks.
And I said, "These are the people you need to follow." Well, she's a fellow New Yorker.
Right.
So when you talk their language.
God, I hate how she just laughs all the time.
Right, sure. That's been a surprise to me about I feel that New York. Well, now I realize that the more intellectual you are, and
It never changes. It's always pantomime. It's always just about to happen, but then it's also on God's time. Then it's also pushed back, and we don't know the day, but it's already won because it's pantomime. And just sit at home and watch it while they steal your whole fucking country. Just keep listening to me. Sit at home and watch it, and make sure you buy gold from my gold guy because you get a free coin, and so do I.
if you went to one of these Ivy League schools or that are cabal-based, secret society run, that you were indoctrinated a long time ago. So I guess it's hard to unwind that. Some of the people I thought.
Someone named Shadow Empress called you all bitches.
Bankers, doctors, business people that I thought were the smartest people I knew during this past year. I realized, no, they're programmed. They might be smart.
That's why Charlie's where he's at. That's exactly why where he's at. He's watching the water. He's so embedded deep behind enemy lines, he's under the water.
But it doesn't mean that they have street smarts or that they can put together the dots. They're not, especially doctors and scientists. It's amazing how many still are defending all this stuff that there's so much evidence is a fraud. You know, when they're coming out now and saying the PCR test 18 months later can't tell the difference between the flu and the COVID. 18 months later, everyone should be furious. But they knew from the start. And then all the people that were like, well, the flu disappeared because we were wearing masks. It's just so crazy. And, and Dr. Fauci, he should be arrested in front of the whole world. But they're still parading him around. He's so arrogant. And so he says he is science. But what they've done to science and medicine.
I'm skipping ahead. Can't do it.
Yeah, there is. We fly back next Sunday. So I'll be back at home on Monday for you.
Great. But I wish you could stay there forever because it looks like heaven. And people need to know you're not actually in the water because you're some kind of...
No, if I turn my camera around, I'm actually in my bedroom. That's my bed.
Okay.
Oh my God, it's so brilliant. Underwater.
We come around here. It's an underwater bedroom. So we sleep with the fishes.
So it is one of those hotels where one of the rooms is underwater. Okay.
That must be the most relaxing thing. I can't even imagine how great that is.
Oh, yeah. Fuck that woman. She put some type of spell on me and got my channel suspended.
It's a baby one, about 1.5 meters long. He hasn't passed us here today. And he hides around the corner here.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm so happy you got to take some time for yourself to be with your amazing wife and your child. And
let this finish right quick.
Isolated, because the amount of work and research and everything that you've been doing is really amazing.
By yourself.
You deserved a nice break to get ready for the reveal.
For the grand finale.
Yeah, God gave you a respite.
He certainly did.
To get your energy back.
He certainly did. Always great to see you, Mel.
Okay, love you. Say hi.
Mel said, your bedroom seems so different when I can see more than just the ceiling, Charlie.
The family.
Yeah, we'll do. Lots of love.
I'll see you Monday. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Hi, guys. If you're new to the channel, we both my kids have a segment, and they're going to do it right now. So I'm going to get Ollie set up first. His segment is called Not News, where he loves to talk to you about chickens. So let me get him set up to do his segment. Let me get him in the chair. Hold on just a second. Oh, actually, let me turn off the filters first, Ollie. And then we gotta go turn this one off so they can hear you.
It is Dale.
Yeah, it's in there.
What?
Now I'm gonna move the microphone down. Come over here.
Oh boy.
Now listen, don't say anything until your music is done, okay?
I don't say boo.
Here, come on. You're in 99 News, okay? Now be quiet till the music's over. Ready?
Hey, Daddy. I don't hear boo.
Oh, seems that we have breaking news. Ollie, are you there? Can you hear us? Ollie.
Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news.
Hi.
What's your name?
Ollie, I knew.
What are you doing today?
I don't say chicken.
Chicken, 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 chicken.
What? What is that thing? Boop, boop, boop.
That's an ass.
I gotta get my Sonic.
I'll get Sonic.
Get
You gotta talk. You can't just sit there quiet. Tell them what you did today. What'd you do today?
I know.
Tell them.
I don't get with them.
Did you play video games?
Yeah, but Robot Double. Yeah.
Tell them, say I played them.
I play Robot, but I can't not with me too.
You played Robot?
And not with me too. I don't. Go again.
Mommy said tomorrow you're going to the.
Where did? Oh.
Tomorrow. Sonic.
John Hedgehog.
I thought he was.
Baby Sean Hedgehog.
Scoot up close. Right here. Scoot close.
Bye. No,
said, where are you going tomorrow? Tell him you're going to go swim.
I don't see where to fit only a ball right there.
Yeah. Tell
Tell them.
Right?
Hey, say I'm going to the.
Not that hedgehog.
Okay, but just.
I'll go Phil.
That's right.
This hedgehog.
This hedgehog.
It will appear as hedgehog.
Yeah.
It will appear as hedgehog.
Tell them that it's bedtime, buddy. Ollie.
What?
Tell him it's.
Bedtime.
Say, wait. You didn't say love you, and you didn't.
Goodbye. Bye when I'm not new.
Bye. Let me get Liam over there. Alright, here's Liam with Game Train.
From the octopus. Okay, so yeah. Sorry if the camera looks like he was following the octopus. It was because he was changing it. But yeah. So last stream, some of you didn't know this because there's new people, but he can change to a blue mad octopus. His name Blue Benjamin, and then the starting one is Purple Nurple. Okay, yeah, welcome to Game Train with me, Liam. Okay, so today I am doing the iconic weapons tier list that come from like popular video games, and I'm rating them on my personal experience. I remind you, this is not a tier list about how good the weapon is, because then it would just be all S tier. This is my personal experience with the weapons and how they might be funny. So first of all, let's start off with the big classic. The Master Sword from Ocarina of Time, or was it? I don't know. No, yeah, it was Ocarina of Time, which literally allows you to time travel. I literally have a replica of this, so I have to rate it S tier. And I have my giant Link. Yeah, I have a big statue of Link that's about 2 feet or 3 feet. Whoa. Can you review the game Star Citizens? No, don't know what that is.
I'll show you.
So anyways, the pickaxe from Fortnite. You thought I was gonna say Minecraft, didn't you? But yeah, the pickaxe from Fortnite. Well, I've used it a lot because I play Fortnite occasionally and stuff. But yeah. So let's talk about a real good Fortnite weapon, the inflatable bull, which turns you into a giant cow. S tier, top of S tier, SS plus. It's double S plus. It's triple S tier. That's the best weapon. But yeah, now for the Minecraft diamond sword and pickaxe. I'm grouping them together because they're both the same. And we're not putting the netherite ones on this list because that's not as iconic now, because everybody still remembers the old diamonds. But yeah, S tier. I know it feels like everything's S tier, but let's go on to one that's I do not like. A TF2 weapon. You probably didn't expect that. The Phlogistinator, a pyro weapon from TF2. This sucks. if you want to know why it sucks, just look at videos. It's overpowered. So the thing is, you kill enemies, it charges up your gun, and then it releases a power that can kill the entire other team. Broken. Yeah, so nobody likes that gun. It sucks. Big doo-doo. But yeah, the op from CSGO. Iconic. I don't really play. I've never played CSGO, but I always remember this gun. But yeah. After this section of like regular weapons, we'll do like weapons that aren't really weapons. But yeah. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, the golden gun from GoldenEye 007. This is so iconic. Like everything parodies this gun. Everybody knows it. S tier. It's an icon. But yeah, I'm trying to think. Any game. The grappling hook shotgun from Doom. This gun is so cool. Like, do I need to explain it? It has it all in the name. You can grapple onto people, and then you shoot them like a shotgun. Like, yo. Apex Legends Peacekeeper. I always use this whenever I play. Here's my loadout for Apex. If you want to become as good as me, which I haven't won a game in a long time, so. But it will probably give you some skills. Look out for the Peacekeeper and the Spitfire. That's my ultimate combo because Spitfire is so good, and I just love the Peacekeeper. I love shotguns. But yeah, I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, the gravity hammer from Halo. It's an icon. I mean, this was even his pickaxe in Fortnite. Yes, guess what? Halo was in Fortnite. I'm trying to think.
Nintendo Blast.
Yeah, the Nintendo Blaster. It's also in Splatoon. The one. I mean, it's beautiful. Yeah. Oh yeah, we do have one. Show. Look, it's the classic. It's the classic. Oh yeah, Cloud sword, the big boy sword. Do they ever really explain why it's so big? Like, seriously, why is it so big? It's such an icon, but why is it so big? I feel like if you use it in real life, it would just be an inconvenience. C tier. It gets up because I mean, it's such an icon, but I'm trying to think. Wait. I'm trying to think. Okay. The turrets from any game that has turrets. Like, you put them down and then they shoot people. We're going to be using the TF2 turret. Yes, I've had two TF2 things, even though I've not played TF2. Go cry about him. But yeah. And so the turrets in any game are really, I say I'm not much of a campy guy. I'm more of a let me get the speed boost and hit him with the shotgun. But yeah, so that's what I like. The monkey bomb from Call of Duty Zombies. It like claps and. You know, like those monkey toys that have the little things and they clap? It attracts the zombies and then blows up. So that's really cool, like this item. Next, the ray gun. I feel like zombies, Call of Duty Zombies, wouldn't exist without the ray gun. So yeah, that is like the icon of icons in Call of Duty. But yeah. And next, I think we're getting into some of the weapons that aren't really considered weapons. The portal gun. Do I really need to explain this one? First of all, Portal is hilarious. It's such an icon. It's been referenced in everything ever. Yeah. You can hear that one through the mic.
It's my only defense.
Yeah. But yeah, the Portal gun, triple S tier with the inflatable cow. This is really all just S tier, as I noticed. The plants from Plants vs. Zombies. What are you doing?
It got hung up in my leg.
Okay. The plants from Plants vs. Zombies. Oh my gosh, I love Plants vs. Zombies so much. You don't even know. It's my favorite game series. The shooters are, oh my god, they're so good. And the base games are so good. But EA ruined it like they always do. But yeah. Yeah, they made the Ice Pea, which was free in the original, $5. $5 for a single plant. What is this? But yeah, so I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, the shield from Minecraft. I always use this as my favorite is the pink needler gun from Halo. I love watching it reload. I've heard of the needler, but I've actually never like seen somebody use it. I know it's like the purple with the crystal pistol and boom boom boom. So I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, the Kraper from Apex Legends. I never picked this up, but oh my god, when I do, oh, it feels so good. It's like, beautiful. What about the Gust Jar in Zelda? I love that one. That introduced in the Midnight Cap. But carried over in other versions. I think I know what you're talking about. It was the thing that let you surf around on the boat because you would go around the place using it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, we always see like the tornado stuff to push like a boat in like a bunch of movies, but yeah. Okay, now for the best weapon, the ball from Pong, S tier. The ball from Pong. That's my favorite weapon. Too bad it never hits the corner. But yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of weapons. Okay. Next video, I'm talking about a game called Just Shapes and Beats, which is really cool. Wow, this was a long video, but yeah. That's a cool game. Got a recent update. We'll talk about it. But yeah, see you guys next time. Bye.
Well, let me get the let me turn the stuff back on, the noise filters and shit. Give me just a second. Filters, sound. Now I have to edit my big ass climbing in here out. I didn't turn back on the MeatHammer logo. Oh well. Thank you for hanging out and checking out Liam and Ollie. They like their segments. I know a lot of people leave during the segments. That's kind of what we're fighting with Tom and and what's going on. Like, they like to do it, and I like them to do it, but there's a lot of people that just either pop up or immediately leave when they see the kids on. So that's something we got to balance. So we give Liam 10 minutes, and we just kind of let Ollie do his thing. He's usually bored with it in about 3 to 5 minutes, so it doesn't take too long. But thank you for joining us and letting them do their thing. I appreciate that. That was it for the Charlie Ward video. Anyways, I went ahead and finished it before we had Ollie on. Let's move over on to what we're actually covering, which would be, there's 2 videos we're going to cover. Let me see. How long is this one? Let's do the Jayco one first. So this is what the title's about, the remote viewing. And Jayco had a entire panel of remote viewers on today. And it was interesting. You might recognize this guy down here in the corner. This is the first super soldier. This is the very first super soldier that what's-her-name met, Lauren Pritchard. This is the one that was like doing the interview in the bathroom with her. That's the first one there. And then, of course, Jayco, Jenny Lee, and Kimberly something. Here we go.
Everybody is really wanting to know. We have some really interesting guests today. I have James Rink. He's a super soldier, meditation practitioner, researcher, author, and video producer. Jenny Lee is international remote viewer, medium, seer, teacher, and healer. And Kimberly is a MyLab experiencer and super soldier who was abducted by the CIA at age 5. So, of course, I have my secret space program background and SEAL Team 6 and all the CIA stuff for 35 years. So all of us have really good, interesting backgrounds. And I'm going to let, we'll start with Jenny Lee and just kind of work around. Jenny Lee, you want to talk a little bit more about yourself?
Yeah, I've kind of been this way before I was even here. So I had memories before I was even born. So with that interpretation, they presented to me as a spirit that you need to follow us on this side. And my life has been that way from day one. So it hasn't changed. Even though that humans, parents, all of teachers, everything that you come across to you, they challenge you. And so I stay to that fact and the information, and it has got me to the place I am.
James Rink claims that he's a super soldier over 1,000 years old, and the CIA, Army, military, something keeps picking him up and putting his conscious in new bodies. He also says he's recruited by a company called Kruger, which is a company that's supposedly from an alternate dimension that is a Nazi private military contractor because the Nazis in the alternate dimension won the war. But basically the super soldiers are apparently bred and their souls are transferred from body to body, and they're given a drug that takes away their fear and gives them more acute abilities to do this or that. Dude's just fucking crazy. Like, I'm clearly not in shape, obviously. Not since I left the military have I been in shape, but I'm not claiming to be a fucking super soldier. This dude's like pudgy and weak and tiny. And he's like, oh yeah, I'm a bred super soldier. This is peak physical fitness for the military. They've altered my genes to make me it's a joke. Like, there's no way.
And today, I followed what I was supposed to do to the T and didn't doubt it. So I kept going on my journey. And so I work with
Michael Jayco goes back and forth from claiming that he was in the super soldier program as well, and that he lived on Venus for a while.
Do a lot of artifacts for properties they can't find. I do that. I did that up for remote viewing. I also do a lot of cases for fraud. So the company has the issue with somebody in the corporation, and I go in and describe, and so I tell them the details that they need to know. And I also...
Is Jayco's fucking pool boy in the background? Is that what's... A 1,000 years old. He's 1,000 years old.
I'm able to draw the actual person, what they look like, from the view that I get. Wow. So all about the truth and bringing that to the light.
That's fantastic. So as a fellow remote viewer, it's fun to get other remote viewers on. We can talk.
Is that really Jayco's pool boy, or am I remote viewing that? Can you guys see it too? Maybe I'm remote broadcasting it.
about experiences. James, let's give us a little bit of your background, a little bit deeper.
Yeah, hi there. So I'm James Rink, and I'm the main guy behind the Super Soldier Talk channel on YouTube, as well as supersoldiertalk.com. And I've been doing videos on YouTube since I would say the channel kind of really kicked into high gear around 2010. I've done at least 280 videos, interviews over the years. So I am a super soldier. I've been involved in the secret space program for my records show 330 years. I'm still trying to pinpoint all the information because there's multiple timelines, which could possibly extend a lot further because they run us through avatar bodies. But this conversation might be beyond the scope of this right now. But yeah. So also I have a documentary I did about NESARA called Changes on the Horizon, and it's kind of curious that the trends.
He apparently has fucking 50,000 subscribers, and his videos average about 6,000 views, maybe less. So besides this one NESARA GESARA video, his last few videos are 6.5K, 11K, 4K, 6.4, 6.8, 2.9, 2.1, 4.3, 5.5, 4.2, 6.8, 2.9, 4.2, 5.9, 6.4. Like either his subs are old and dead and literally don't fuck with his channel anymore, or he just doesn't, those subs are fake. He's made them up, bought them, paid for them, something. But he also hasn't done a new video in about a year, over a year, I guess. But still, I don't think he has 50,000 subscribers.
Scripts for that documentary are posted on Telegram all over the place when it comes up about NESARA, and I was like, oh, I remember writing that years ago. So yeah, so go check Changes on the Horizon out, because I recently had to take down 2 years of content off my YouTube channel because they were censoring me. I don't even know I'm probably not even allowed to tell you what I was censored about, because then this video might get censored too. So but you I'm sure you can kind of guess. But yeah, so that's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Fantastic. And Kimberly, tell us a little bit about yourself too.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Lusana. I am a MyLab experiencer and super soldier.
By the way, she's also a super soldier. She's a part of the Super Karen division. She infiltrates a country, then demands to see all the managers. When all the managers are tied up, of course, the employees begin to stray away from their jobs that they're supposed to be doing, and she causes total economic collapse within 3 to 6 minutes after parachuting behind enemy lines. By the way, any company that's using a remote viewer to stop internal theft or fraud needs to be shut down immediately. If I got fired from a company and they're like, hey man, we know you stole something, and I'm like, I didn't steal anything, and they're like, oh, well, you guys, you don't know that we've got a remote viewer, and she remote viewed and saw that you stole something, so you're fired, I would be the new owner of that company. Bullshit.
Inducted at the age of 5 into the secret space program. I was trained as a remote viewer, as a soldier, as a lot of different things. I participated in Dark Fleet, some of the off-world programs, military corporations.
These are the people that I'm assuming probably never craved attention their whole life and have never gotten it. So to get this attention, they make up stories. She's literally like a 50-year-old woman who's like, I'm a super soldier. I'm a part of the secret space program. I was commander of the Dark Fleet. I'm trained as a remote viewer and as a soldier. I was abducted when I was 4. And her mom's in the background, like, shaking her head. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Kruger, Umbrella, Shoreline, Monarch. I've experienced Project Looking Glass, Project Seagate, Project Witchblade. And I'm the founder of supersoldiercoalition.org.
Fabulous. So quite a group here. My background, like I was talking about, former SEAL and CIA. And I awakened to my secret space program information about 5 years ago now, and have gone deeper and deeper into that. And I have a special coming up on Gaia starting August 3rd.
By the way, Jaco just got this Gaia bullshit, which I think everybody should be boycotting Gaia now. I mean, it's clearly a joke. Jaco and most of these other people had no idea they were in the secret space program for the majority of their lives. They were able to unlock some sort of vision that they had been part of the secret space program and their memories had been erased. So basically, Jaco went to bed, a Navy SEAL and a Navy SEAL instructor, retired, with a good and honorable career in the military, and he woke up the next morning remembering that he had been part of the CIA, the secret space program, and had lived on Venus.
So let's jump in. James Rink has shared some very fascinating questions. We're each going to talk about them. We'll just kind of go around the circle again, just like we just did. So the first question, and these are going to be very intriguing for everybody and answer a lot of questions I think that everybody's been having about what's going on in the world right now. So each one of us is going to talk about what do you foresee happening over the next 6 months?
Am I supposed to chime in first?
No, we'll get Jenny Lee. We'll start.
David Wilcox is one of the biggest fucking grifters there are, though. I like what's his name? Damn it. I'm really, my PTSD fucks me up with names. Jordan Sather talks about Gaia and how they edited out what he really said and how they transformed it, and then they started hiring all these different shills and people who were just loony that discredit the movement. It's the same way that they're using QAnon right now to discredit the right wing. They're going to play a narrative. They're going to let the crazy run and the crazy grow until it doesn't run or grow any bigger. And then they're going to say, "Look, all the right wings like this. We're going to have to lock them up, or we're going to have to label them as a domestic terror threat, or we're going to have to pass this new law. We're going to have to do that." They want us to appear this fucking crazy. And there's very few people standing up saying, "Hey, you know, I voted for Trump, but this right here is fucking crazy. Why are these people doing this?"
She'll be our first, and your second, and then Kimberly, and then I'll bring up the end of it.
I think this is kind of what I want to go into, because I'm looking at the end result of the situation, and I'm more concerned with the mindset of society after this, because you have pharmaceutical, you have hospitals, medical facilities, you have the banking system, you have land, you have the government, you have air that's been poisoned, food, all of this. This is all going to be revealed of how much that is in front of us. And do we, look at the evidence, or do we ignore it? The thing is, society is not going to take that well, because they, on this process, it's hard to take all that information. And so I think the main thing that I'm worried about is actually the mental process for a lot of these people. They're so used to being dependent on those systems and how it works. We are turning this world inside out and putting the truth in the light. And that is, I think, one of our biggest processes when these people cannot handle it. They're going to completely withdraw from society and hide for a while. And then we're going to have an epidemic of they can't handle this. So to me, that's a big concern, because it's lie after lie after lie. And it, for those evidence that you're going to look at, are they going to trust it? Maybe, but they have to come to a conscience level and see it for what it really is. And that's going to be hard, especially with the children. That evidence is a big situation. So I would tell you the process that I think, the format of China going down and their resources falling, then, we're dealing with things can't be done just like by dates. They have to be done by things that are checked off the list. Okay, that's done. This is done. So I just don't think that you're going to get this big date that people are going to tell you what's going to happen. It's going to happen overnight. So I think, and Spirit has told me, this will go over quick, like a thief in the night. So I'm definitely thinking more October. It's going to be done, and it's going to be like that. As soon as that immediate cord is pulled, that brainwashed society is not going to be there to use and utilize. So I don't think that it's a big deal to me, because it's the way you're seeing things from inside out. If you live in fear, you live in 3D, you're going to take it in a fear-based situation.
Fantastic. Wow. Yeah, I feel very similar situation as well. James, what do you see for the next 6 months?
So I'm gonna have to use a lot of code words here. But there's multiple timelines. Ultimately, just even talking about the future can change it. So some of this information I'm going to share is from what I believe to be more of a negative timeline, and some people are on it, meaning that if you are aligned to a certain AI aligned agenda, meaning you did something
this guy just
your body, then you would resonate more with that. Whereas if you didn't do that, you resonate with more of a positive side. So before you try to wrap your mind all around that, let me just go ahead and go into what some of the negative stuff. And we are probably looking at the summer of 2021 is like the summer of 1939. And by September, a lot of people are going to be kicking the can.
It's sad that a third to a half of the right-wing Trump supporters have come to listen to this as their news. Like, I understand mainstream media's got its problems. I understand that independent media has its problems. Jesus Christ.
And then at least what's been relayed to me, whether or not, I mean, I can't confirm all this because ultimately we could change it by, like I said, but there may be another variant put out there, possibly some kind of avian type flu that might result in a reason for them to do another round of the JAB. And then all those people that are dumb enough to do it, unfortunately, that's about 55 million Americans, they will not be with us in the next round of ascension, whatever you want to call that. So as far as what kind of timeline we're looking at here, I think probably by October is when this really bad stuff starts to kick in. And here's something else that's been relayed to me. The word zombie has come up, and not as in an actual zombie, but more like the aspect when they put this stuff into their bodies, their aggression levels are going to increase in combination with FIVEG. Sorry, I have to use all these code words. But the combination between all that could create a lot of chaos in the streets and houses burning down and so on. But I do foresee all this going away by possibly December or even March. The RV has been, that's come up in some of the remote viewers that I work with, happening by March. And when that happens, a lot of people are going to get paid off to essentially stop burning everything down. And we can start doing the integration process. By 2025, pretty much all this will be forgotten like a huge dream. And also YouTube is going to pay for their treachery for what they've done, and along a lot of corporate America that's gone along with this agenda. But I said that the best way possible. Hopefully you won't get censored for that.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Project number PPF5. There's some extra numbers in there. That's the name of the new variant. It's coming out of Fort Detrick's. It's engineered. The cure is going to be delivered by CRISPR, and it's going to have to go into the spinal.
By the way, it's Fort Detrick, not Detrick's.
So that is, and there's already a patent, so they've already got the cure and everything.
You almost got it there, Super Soldier.
Okay, that's what I got for you.
I've always used the word super soldier as a passive-aggressive put-down. I didn't know there was actually people running around claiming to be that.
On that one.
Good job there,
Kimberly,
super soldier.
Next 6 months.
Okay, so I'm seeing a little bit of what both James and Jenny have talked about. I see a massive health crisis come up.
Looking good there, hero.
All of the JABS that's been going on. We haven't reached the full potential of
You seem really smart there, Mary Mace.
what's actually in those
Are you a super soldier or a hero?
Okay. And so what I'm seeing is that, in the next 6 months, that we're going to be seeing a whole lot of variation on the illnesses and diseases that arise from that situation. I think that there's going to be new and interesting things that happen because of this that we're going to be having to deal with. Some of the toxins that are floating around of sorts, that's going to cause massive, I think massive deaths within the next 6 months. The AI is so challenging to talk about some of this stuff. I'm just seeing that there's going to be a health crisis with a lot of children and young adults that are exhibiting things that we've never seen before.
Very good, very good. So like I have views just like all of you. I see that in the very, very near term, we'll probably see the return of somebody or someone representing him or something along those lines. I think it has to happen pretty soon because of the way everything is starting to move. And then on the other side of that, they're going to try and help a lot of people out that are having problems with health issues. So that's something that's going to, the longer that gets drug out, the worse that's going to
be. Well, the fear, and so a buildup of fear, but with an over-the-top savior plan, as if Trump's our savior and going to come in and save us, blah, 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 is what sells. So they want to talk about bad butts. I'm sure Trump's got it handled. He's got a plan. There's always been a plan, and God wins. Bad butts. Just wait. Here it comes. Trump and God coming to the rescue.
I think a lot of people are aware of that. So they want to see this thing, get stopped out. And the people that are, manipulating the consciousness right now, pulling the plug was a great one. Pulling the plug on the news media that basically is controlling consciousness right now. I think that's one of the huge things that happens in the near term. Now, near term could be within the next couple of weeks, or it could be the next couple of months. The longer it goes on, like I said, the worse the situation is, I think, at this point. All right, so that's kind of a roundup. That's really nice to get all these different views. But you see, a lot of us are seeing some of the same things, and it's coming to a quickening point very, very soon. But like James was saying, it's gonna take time for all of this to really resolve. It's not going to be like in another couple of months, maybe somebody comes back and then everything's hunky dory and beautiful. No, it's these things take time. So now let's go into the next question. What do you think they will do with the children being?
Yeah, I don't believe. I mean, I guess it's still up in the air. I don't believe that. I believe it came from the lab, that they were studying fucking how to manipulate it in.
Rescued from the child traffickers. So also from the DUMBs and other situations.
They were literally studying gain of function in it.
Have been talking about for well over a year now. What do you guys see with that situation? What are you seeing? I have a lot of stuff that's coming up, and we'll start with you, Jenny. So what do you think, Jenny Lee?
So the thing, I don't pay attention to media. I get all my information from spirit, and that backs up the truth. And so this is the thing about all the heartache, tarnish, generations of damage down there. And
that makes sense. Cerulean.
Spiritual side of things, release, and even when they pass away down there, their soul, there was a risk for even the soul to be released. And spirit told me that all has to be cleared out, that energy has to be brought up to the light. And I did work on a situation with that, because it's really hard enough that they passed on, and then all of a sudden your soul's at risk.
Thank God we lost. Oh shit.
So with that, this is the problem. You have another epidemic that these children, and some I think were put down because it was too gruesome and too hard for them to go on, that
so now she's claiming that her own soldiers who are rescuing these children who don't exist are actually having to put them down as well.
Society cannot turn their back on this anymore, because it's going to surface. And then
a DUMB is supposed to be a deep underground military base.
As a society, you're going to have to come together and care for these kids. It has to be a new foster system. You have to learn how to deal with these. This is a different type of abuse. And so I'm hoping, and I think the med beds are going to be a big part of this situation to reprogram. And so that is the biggest thing that I think they deny it.
The same thing, Rita. I've said the lab part since the beginning. Actually, I got censored off YouTube and 4 of my videos removed because I suggested that it came from the lab.
Even though you see it, they want to deny it in their own mindset that this did not happen. And it has. To every part of that child's body was used for something.
I don't understand why they're putting these tunnel children out of their misery when we have all these med beds available that literally heal everything. Regrowing limbs, we've been told.
And that's wrong in every way. And people don't think, it's man that's the repercussions, but you understand the spirit, boy, that is a big one to swallow, and that is going to be some big repercussions. This is something that will bring us as humankind to our knees, and be grateful and be humble about it, because this is a different type of pain. It's especially denied. So I think you're looking into med beds, you're looking into major therapy, you're looking into people.
I like to consider myself the same way. I know sometimes everybody has biases and shit that affects what they believe, but I like to keep an open mind on stuff that someone can at least show me some type of working model or an example of, or back it up with some type of factual evidence. But when there's literally none, except this guy said that this guy, and oh, by the way, that's the reason it's in a movie. You think they build props for movies? No. Those are real spaceships and real med beds and real aliens. How could they build props for movies? Like, that's not evidence to me at all.
People that are faith-based better stand up and take care of these children, because it's coming to your door. And if you're that faith-driven person, this is where you need to stand up and take care of them. So I think
if you think people that claim that they remote view in past lives and are part of a program that doesn't exist from alternate timelines are patriots, you can suck a big red, white, and blue dick. I'll hand deliver it to you. Fuck stick.
We've got a big epidemic of standing up and taking care of them because it's gonna surface.
And that's interesting. You left off on that one word, surface. And I saw that someone shared a link with me where there's flooding in Germany, and I think there's like children that are like floating into people's homes. And so that was from the DUMS. So the DUMS are being flushed out, as some people have been talking about. And there's been a lot of stuff that says watch the water. So now that the DUMS are being flushed out, we're starting to see some of the stuff that's coming out of there. So that's going to be revealing. James, what do you see?
I just want to comment on that. Jenny and I, also Kimberly, we were discussing this a couple of days ago, the same thing you just mentioned, that there might be alien bodies as well floating out of those facilities. And Jenny, I think you mentioned that you see like a 50-foot tall, some kind of extraterrestrial Titan or something.
Right.
Possibly. The government's not going to be able to explain.
Miss L, it's weird that they are allowed to make these videos and put them out there. But if I make a video saying this isn't true, like I'm not even talking about the videos with the jokes and the videos of me picking at them and making small talk and this or that. There are videos of me just saying this is not true. You know, call the Treasury. This is a lie. You can be charged federally for doing this. It is a crime. Those videos get taken down. But the original videos stay up. There's some type of protection going on of some sort.
In a way, as a mutated child. Or something.
And that's the mindset of people not seeing something like that, or the concept of that, because their reality has been told to them what the reality is. And now you're coming with it in front of your face. And I'd be surprised if they don't even accept it, even though it's in front of you. These are going to surface, period. And just like I did the drawing for New York flooding, was it 4 or 5 weeks ago of that? I've been talking about that for a while. That's just one level that it's hit. So it's not done. It's coming back. That's what Spirit is telling me.
All right. Well, to answer your question, I was involved in the Montauk Project, and after they rescued us, what they did is they took our consciousness. Our bodies were so damaged from all the drugs and the AI and all the stuff they shot us up with that they just created another clone body and inserted our consciousness into it. And in my case, they could convert you right back into a fetus and then insert you into a new surrogated family. And that's where Project Surrogate comes into play, where they just find you, a family to put you into. Now, I'm not saying necessarily the Alliance is going to do this, because this is secret space program level technology. The Alliance probably has access to some of it, but I don't know if it's like that kind of level. But they certainly could do that as a way to integrate these children back into societies, because they can put you in a med bed, and although ideally they want to keep you around the age of 21 to 25, they can do that, 21 to 25, depending on whether they're male or female. But they could bring you back down even younger. So, but I don't know if that's what they're going to do in this case. So I'm going to just diverge. What Jenny said, I think that sounds pretty accurate, depending on whether or not they're going to do that. So how about you, Kimberly? What do you think?
I think a vast majority of these children are on ships because I don't think that they can be returned into homes again.
Oh God!
Significant rehabilitation. This is a level of damage that none of us are equipped to handle. Here on the surface of the planet, I believe that these children are going to remain on board ships and healed until they are, ready to rejoin us.
Very good. So yeah,
she's a 1,000-year-old super soldier, secret space program ninja.
Feel the same thing. The fleshing of the DUMS going down and rescuing all that they could rescue. Of course, some of them didn't survive, like we all can probably imagine. And going forward, that's going to be disclosed. But they are being removed. A lot of them are being removed and going.
So part of the reason Trump didn't save the kids under the White House is because the few times that he heard their screams of terror, he was convinced that it was the floor creaking. So that makes sense.
So ships, whether they're going to remote locations, other dumb facilities that are set up for them, they are being moved from these negative ones. So I have seen some of these DUMS where they go in and clear them, and then they have some type of technology where they can portal back in. And I think the flooding situation destroys that portaling ability, and that's one of the reasons why they're flooding some of these DUMS. So that's what I see. I think the child trafficking, once it will be the one thing that really causes a lot of problems.
There are some people convinced that the flooding is caused by water bombs that they detonate in the deep underground military bases.
People consciousness-wise, but it is
apparently. If you ask for an explanation of this, they don't really know how it works. But basically, it's a bomb they set off from the inside of the deep underground military base that floods the base. So what it would have to be is a device that's manageable that could be taken and placed by, I'm assuming, a team or maybe a small truck. And then it has the ability to create endless amounts of water. Like it just fucking creates water for I don't know, hours, days, months. Now you can't store that much water because it would have to be as big as the water, and you would never get it into the deep underground military base. But it has some type of special ability just to produce water from somewhere. Even though all the water on Earth has been here since the dawn of time, this thing makes water.
It's the thing that really awakened humanity very quickly, and we're going to see more of that going forward. So the next question is, what will ET first disclosure event look like? I think it's already been slowly rolling out over time, but I think we're going to get maybe something a little bit more significant. I don't think it, I know it, but what are your thoughts, Jenny Lee?
And I'm kind of one of those people, I can get a lot of pictures from a lot of different interpretations. So it's not whether you can see it, it's just when you take a picture. So I've seen some things, and those type of beings, I think we're already tracked. They already know where we're at, what we're doing. So that's not a big deal to me.
I would go, Clayton.
A long time that they're there. So this is what
And while you're there, if you see Trump's illegitimate trafficked daughter who's married to Michael Jackson, tell her I said what's up, and to shoot me a message on Telegram.
I think they're already covering above us. Are they using the clouds, of course, for a cover up? But I mean, to me, the situation like that, just hold a mask. I just think that we've already done the slow type of revealing, and people are okay with just pulling it, just seeing them appear. And then, because not only that, seeing humankind that's already connected with them and showing that they're already working with them, and it's already a balanced situation. So that's important to show that has already been a working system. And this is the thing, I will tell you, Michael, that I call the former president the shepherd, because they call him, he is spokesman of Earth. They told me that a long time ago. So, so in that process, I think last July when he was talking about certain things.
Yes, so Michael Jaco claims that he never saw deep underground military bases. He saw underground facilities, but never saw the deep underground military bases during his time in service. But since then, he's remote viewed those bases. He also was one of the only people to he was the only person that I personally know of, but I'm sure there's others that claim it. But the only person I saw on YouTube that was able to confirm real raw news with the number of children that were supposedly on the Evergreen with weapons of mass destruction and small arms weapons that were being delivered for some type of giant war with America and China and blah, 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 because he remote viewed it and verified that information. So that's how they had two sources, so they were able to report it as a true story. One was a made-up satirical website, and the other one was a guy who claimed to remote view it from his bright red banana hammock in his backyard.
Things and posted that he had to make a big decision. I think that was at that point that he made that decision to work with them more. So I think it's going to be a good event, is what I think, and I think it's just going to appear, and seeing that our government is working with them is going to make it easier.
Fabulous, yeah. So James, what do you see coming forward with that?
Okay, well, first of all, Biden is not the president, and Trump is allegedly an actor, or certainly a spokesperson would be another term for it. The Earth Alliance is in control of the military, the executive branch, and the White House still has TRUMP pictures all over the place. He's never taken his stuff out of there, and yeah. But so as far as disclosure is going to happen, this is what I think the scenario is going to be. EBS is going to be announced, and of course they'll do all the disclosures, but they will also tell people that ETs exist, as well as the secret space program and the colonies off world, and they're going to shut down the technology that's cloaking all these ships. So the people are going to know about it. So it won't be like I mean, there was one scenario where it did happen where they just this is during the Obama presidency, another timeline, that they shut it all down.
Sure. I think there's something different going on, and we're in an unprecedented time with people demanding transparency and demanding more of their government. I'll agree with that. The problem is when the governments of the world react with an iron fist and start mowing people down, it'll be because of an event they'll point to, a triggering event they'll point to, where these sons of bitches showed up demanding some fucking type of lunacy, like, let me see the alien who's really in charge, or the aliens commanded me to do this, and they show up and just start popping off rounds. Then the government reacts with an iron fist, then where are we all sitting? locked up in our house under fucking military rule.
And there was plane crashes everywhere, and it just certainly.
So yeah, there's people out there demanding transparency, demanding more of their government. That's great. We're being discredited by these people right here.
People were in shock, but here it'll be a little bit more softer approach, and hopefully I think all planes are going to be grounded by that point because of all the death waves that's about to occur. But now another scenario that was discussed many years ago, the remote viewing, was possibly a city ship landing just above the ocean that was empty, but it had very advanced alien technology. So the government wouldn't be able to like hide it or put a hologram over it, or they wouldn't be able to use their media to kind of portray, oh, it's a hologram. I mean, it's like some kind of swamp. Yeah, why not? The excuses they come up with, because everybody, you could see it, it's there, and it's huge, and you can go in there and get healed. So that's another idea that was kind of popping around. But everything's in flux. So how they're going to do it, I think, is still in the works, and we'll just have to sit back and watch the show.
Here's the worst case scenario that I could see happening. People demanding more of their government, people demanding transparency, people demanding fact checks, not against what we put on social media, but what the government claims, the independent third parties. That's all awesome. We're moving closer and closer and closer and closer to that until they stand up some crazy fucking group that believes this crazy bullshit led by all these people who probably work for the goddamn CIA or FBI to begin with. These leaders stand up and say, this is our time. We've got to do it now. The alien spoke to me. Q spoke to me. Donald Trump called me. Grab your rifles. We're meeting at this politician's house. They use that to invoke and shut us all down under one mass fucking umbrella of they're all this crazy. You saw what they tried to do. Now let's shut them down, and shut them down hard.
Yeah, that was good. What do you see, Kimberly?
Okay, so I see a little bit of both again. So I think I agree with you that disclosure is already happening, and I think these extraterrestrial bodies are going to be floating up on people's doorsteps, and there's not going to be any way for anybody to hide this or. There's
going to be extraterrestrial bodies floating on people's doorsteps.
Tell us it's swamp gas or whatever they would like to, because it's just going to be all this evidence is just going to come out in droves. And I also think the Space Force was.
You remember how everybody got together and made the entire Middle East the bad guy? And they're like, oh, we got to get these people. Or how about this? You remember how everybody got together in different wars and they faked attacks on ships? They faked casualties in different places. They didn't give us all the full information. Then they always demonize one group of people. And then the rest of America is like, yeah, let's go get those sons of bitches, till they realized 10 years later that all they did was give up their own freedom so rich people could get richer and we could get gas a little bit cheaper.
Was the beginning of the disclosure of our space fleet. So I believe it's going to start off with, hey, we have anti-gravitic ships that we didn't tell you about. Oops. And we also have friends from space, and it's slowly going to dribble in, and then eventually culminating in ships uncloaking themselves.
Excellent. So yeah, I agree with all of you. I think the uncloaking of the ships is one of the major stepping stones going forward. There are probably maybe little ships at first, and then massive ships like James was talking about, and then there will be visitation, like James was talking about. That's my thoughts as well. And they will be uncloaking all around the world. I mean, they're around the world already. So the small ships can start to uncloak very, very quickly, very easily. And like James was saying, probably will be a grounding of aircraft, because that's one of the reasons why they didn't do it before, because the deep state basically would go and attack them and try and stop that disclosure process. And that's not going to be allowed going forward. That's going to be completely
okay.
Basically the shutdown of the deep state's media apparatus is going to be one of the major functions of bringing that in, and then taking over that system and broadcasting the truth. All right, let's jump into the next one. This is a good one. How will BIDEN be exposed as a false leader? And what's the situation around that? And is he really a false leader, or what?
By the way, the guy who just came in here and yelled something about patriots. 3 of the people on this panel don't even believe that Trump's in charge. They believe that the alien intergalactic species are in charge. Patriotism.
What do you guys thought on that?
Ginley.
Okay. Flown. But this is the thing that I kind of find it funny. And it's just to adapt to society. I mean, how dumb does he have to look before people have to wake up? No one in their right mind with any presidency see the mistakes that he makes, and it's deliberate on purpose, for them to wake up. So the thing is like I talked to James, in the shepherd's way, I would just literally walk on stage and pull the mask off the face, please.
That would be outstanding.
So it's just like, here you go. This is it. This is not real. This is clone material. They can make masks that way. I mean, there's so many errors around him, his communication, everything. It's just they have gotten into this sickness of reality. No matter what it is, it can go sicker and sicker and off. This guy, you would not leave with your dog. There's just no way. He has no common sense whatsoever. And then the administration behind him, it's just a bunch of high school rejects that are just pissed off in life and they didn't get theirs. So now they're coming the way they need to come, but they're all covering each other and they're puppets. So I think it's going to be a public situation, display, and go, here you go. This is what we got to do. This is the way it's going to have to be. So we're just going to have to show you. This reality needs to come to the light.
Nice. What are your thoughts, James?
When I was on the show back, I think the first time we came on, it was March. I had some information about Biden kicking the can in October from a heart attack. Now, that information was sourced from my friend who's able to channel the Andromedans, but unfortunately, his partner got the JAB and shedded, and he died, even though he didn't get that JAB. Just being around someone killed him. So I unfortunately I'm not able, because the timeline's always changing. So this intel I'm giving you is close to 7 months old, but I still think we're probably close to that timeline. I think that's how he's going to. He's not, basically won't be exposed during his time in office or alleged office, what you would call it that. But I don't think it's going to go to Pelosi. She's going to be in GITMO, and certainly Kamala Harris. She's not even a U.S. citizen. So definitely, I don't think she's going to be in. Now, if they did vote for impeachment, because, they were trying to impeach him back in January. So if that did happen, we would be on a really bad timeline right now. But thankfully, that didn't. And I still think we're on a positive timeline. I wanted to throw out some names here. What do we got? We have Jim Carrey. That's a possible name for the guy in a silicone suit that's alleging to be the president. Another name, I was trying to find it on the Real World News. Arthur Roberts, a C-grade actor whose greatest claim to fame was portraying the evil ninja Brayden in the 1983 martial arts film Revenge of the Ninja, because he's 6'2", same height as almost same height. Yeah, pretty okay, basically. But I don't know. I can't confirm or deny any of that. So I'll let Kimberly chime in.
Very nice, Kimberly.
What about James Woods?
Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah.
Okay,
of course you have.
This actor.
He's heard everything that they've heard. How astonishing.
Carrey, I think that they're going to try to test his mental faculties, and he's obviously going to fail. And the VP obviously is not.
By the way, Joe Biden's only 6 foot. I don't know why he brought that guy up as being 6'2" and being the same height.
Qualified or a U.S. citizen. So I think that while all this is going on, somebody else is going to move.
He's probably it, because he's an actor who's 6'2", the exact same height as Joe Biden, who is 6 foot tall.
To temporarily take the place until the election. Can we talk about that? Until that's, I think there's going to be two things going on simultaneously, and I think one's going to feed off of each other.
Very nice. Yeah. So I think that that the clones. I think it's a little combination of clone action and actors, because I think that guy's gone. He's no longer existing. When I remote view, that the entity it's not there. So that will be part of the reveal. But I think in the meantime, there's a possibility of the 25th Amendment being enacted, and I would like to push it a lot sooner than what they're ready for, because it kind of upsets their little apple cart, because they plan these things out. And if it starts to get pushed, we're like, hey, this guy is clown show. What's up? He needs to be.
So we're going to use the 25th Amendment to take Biden out of office and put Kamala Harris in, even though he's not the real leader. Damn, dude, it sounds an awful lot like you're working for the other fucking side, Jaco. More and more each day, it sounds an awful lot like you're working for the other side.
Place. Even if, I hear people whining, well, the replacement's worse than what we have right now, but that process of upsetting that whole system, that's what we want. So we want them to really start to.
Oh, we just need to upset the system. Yeah, sure.
Unwind. So I think that as we move forward, Nancy would be the first one, and Nancy's already talking about leaving. She's lame duck, and I think that she has already left. I think she has a nice little summer, nice little place down in the spa. She's enjoying the spa, answering some questions as we're talking. So I think that as we move forward, that a lot of this stuff gets revealed, but not until
Dude, you know it's going to be Kamala. I don't even know why they're fucking doing this shit. Kamala's the plan from the get-go.
Comes in and removes that kind of stuff. So yeah, that was a nice little share, James. Thank you. Let's move into the next one. So this is something that I was just discussing with another group, this religious action. How will religious people handle the transition period once we start to understand, bigger picture stuff like we're talking about? I think it's going to be kind of upsetting to people. How are they going to like transition into letting go of some stuff? I think that information, a lot of the history we've been taught is going to be revealed as being false, and we get the real history, and that changes a lot of stuff. Now when we look at these other ET races, they don't have religion like we know it. They have a different type of system where they have direct knowing, and I think that's what happens moving forward. What do you see, Jenny Lee?
So this is something I've had to deal with all my life, and the thing is when you're
Hold on just a second. I don't even think that progression is right. He goes president. Hold on. Maybe I'm wrong. Vice President, Speaker of the House, which would be Nancy. And then he goes President pro tempore of the Senate, which is Patrick Leahy. Then Secretary of State, then Secretary of the Treasury. Where are they getting Grassley from? I'm assuming they mean Chuck Grassley. Senator, isn't he from Iowa? Where are they getting that from? Is he the current one? I mean, that's not what this is showing, but... And is currently serving as President pro tempore of the United States Senate and the senior United States Senator from Vermont, Lee. He replaced Grassley on January 20th. Whatever.
Seeing it, and they tell you, Spirit tells you, false, lie, not true. So religion has.
They're trying to say, first of all, that they had the progression wrong, but I guess they're trying to say that if Biden goes, they're saying Kamala can't because her parents immigrated here. And Nancy Pelosi is leaving, apparently going to Gitmo. And then the next is President pro tempore of the Senate, which is Patrick Lee. Currently, I mean, it was Chuck Grassley, but it's not anymore. And then after that, it goes Secretary of State, Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Defense, Attorney General.
Process into profit. And that's the whole thing. It's made it a business. It's not the small churches and, going out of their way. It's judgment, throwing stones, all that stuff. I'm concerned about the religious people when they find out half of the Bible is true and half of it isn't, and half it's been picked apart too. So these people themselves, they have to listen to what the Bible said from original. God is inside you. You should have been listening to the inner voice and that interpretation, and you were too brainwashed of listening to what they were criticizing and what they were doing. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't matter what you think Kamala is. If she is a citizen of the United States and over the age of 35, she can serve. It's the same requirements to be vice president.
So I was actually raised Quaker, and they're very psychologically abusive, and even through that, they're like, no. So these people, that religion has to fall to the side, and we need to unite as one spiritual religion. Well, you don't even call it religion. It's a spiritual essence of energy that you become together. And that's what has to change.
I know it's been shared all over Facebook that she can't be, but yes, she can be.
Them together. Feel energy, understand.
She's a natural born. All you have to be is be born, a U.S. citizen, a natural born. So you were born a citizen. You didn't immigrate and take citizenship classes. If you're born a natural citizen, I don't care if she fell out the back of a fucking airplane that was passing by and she just got declared a natural born citizen. As long as her paperwork says she was born a U.S. citizen, she's eligible.
But I am actually seeing churches starting to tap into the spiritual stuff. They're like, because they're losing their followers. They know that all this is bull. And so now they know that we don't have a choice. We have to be honest and start to open up. So they don't have a choice either. They got to open up and be honest about what's really happening. And the vessel is inside of us, and that voice has always been there. Beautiful,
beautiful. All right, James, what do you think?
Yeah. Well, years ago, I had a guest on my show, or multiple times guest named Jay Essex, and I always value every time when he said this, it always made a lot of sense to me. But what he described it as, think of it as a child growing up and needing bigger shoes. You simply just grow out of it. So essentially, that's what's happening to humanity is we're essentially just growing up. And at one point, all those religions and customs and traditions were important for us and valued by us. But as things change, we move on and we find new ones. And so as far as like a timeline, the information that was relayed to me is that it's probably especially the Christian fundamentalist side. Now, I'm not saying, I mean, there's certainly other religions too, but I'm just going to focus on that. Is going to be is going to take the longest period of time to transition to the acceptance of that there actually is extraterrestrial races and that maybe some of the Bible.
I mean, even if that is what you want to call her and say she is an anchor baby, if she was born in the United States, she's a natural born U.S. citizen. It still doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with your parents' citizenship status. Absolutely zero to do with your parents' citizenship status. It says that you must be born an American citizen and naturalized. That's what the amendment says. I think it's is it called the birthright clause? Citizenship clause. The 14th Amendment. It says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. You must be one.
Was basically part of an Anunnaki draconian type agenda to control them, mind control and all this. But it's going to take some time for them to let go of that.
If she wasn't able she wouldn't be able to be president. Oh shit! Thank you very much, Q idiot.
For your first remote viewing class,
I'm gonna go sign up right now. Right now, I'm gonna go sign up. Thank you for that donation, man. I appreciate that. Damn, it's $100. I appreciate it.
But and they're probably going to be the last group or subgroup that's going to let go of that system control system. But eventually, it is all going to be going away once all this is exposed, because it's time to let it happen.
Excellent. Yeah, very, very good. Kimberly, what do you think?
Well, I see, the religions as a human construct, and I believe that the people that are very devout are going to have a very difficult time with all of this because this is their backbone of their belief system. And once that's taken down, there's gonna be lots of questions and confusion. I don't see everybody coming on board with this because I do believe that there will always be a certain sect of the population that will absolutely deny extraterrestrials, deny that we have, space travel, time travel, all of it. It's just not, they're just not going to get on board with it. And so those people will eventually, I think, just, they're going to remove themselves or be a smaller, quieter.
This whole shit with Jaco and all these people is just correct. He has 4 remote viewers on. 3 of them, or all of the people on the panel but Jaco, don't even believe Trump has anything to do with it. That he's an actor or a spokesperson for the intergalactic aliens that are ruling the United States currently. And people are like, yeah, patriots. What a time to be alive.
With with what's going on in space currently. So I do believe that there's going to be a huge curiosity and transition towards an energy-based spirituality versus a book-based religion.
Beautiful. Wow. I agree with that tremendously. And, it's funny because when some of these subjects come up, you see like the numbers. I'm watching the numbers that are coming in watching the show. They're continually growing.
Who the fuck are you talking to? Alien Zoo.
We hit the subject. And so it's not an easy subject for people to just be open-minded to. And they just like, check out. Nope.
Jesus Christ.
So, I mean, we all know that anytime we have on our different shows, we've talked about this situation that we have here on Earth that it seems like people just switch off. So I've always been completely open-minded to this. I've studied every religion, and I think that every religion has beauty within it, but also quite a lot of manipulation.
They could be.
We've all talked about how those manipulations are in there.
They could be being paid to do this. They could be working for the government to do this. It doesn't take it doesn't take all of them to be something malicious for this to work, right? If you get one or two charismatic leaders that just recruit crazy people, and they're at least, they don't have to be at the top, but if they're like at least even with the top, to where they can kind of steer the narrative the way that they want it to go, you could have the rest of the crazy people will stand up on their own.
Basically, to
it works too fucking good. It works too good to just be a random crazy person put it together. It's a fucking psyop.
Control consciousness, a lot of it, unfortunately, to a certain point, not to awaken consciousness to what it's supposed to, and that's the connection to source. So I think as we move forward, we'll see a lot of people have trouble with this because, the ETs, are we supposed to worship them now? No, like they're just like us, we are them really. So there will be a lot of transition. A lot of people have obviously problems with it and they'll have questions. And over time, once those questions are answered and they become more comfortable with it, the awakening process will speed up, but it will take time. It will take years. I mean, to think of all the years worth of programming people have to understand.
It's going to take years.
It's not like a switch. You switch it, and then it's like, oh, now I have understanding. So it'll take a little time. But outstanding, guys are bringing some really good stuff. I totally appreciate it. All right, let's move to another one. Will most of the cure people, jabberdoos or whatever you want to call it, drop, out of existence due to other things that are within making that cure toxic? So there's lots of people that have been talking about a lot of things that are in there. The evidence for that is being covered up. If we were to say any keyword right now, this video would not survive. So they're controlling the situation.
All right, douchebags. You guys that just keep dropping random fucking bullshit has nothing to do with the topic at hand, and you just keep dropping shit and not engaging with anybody else, you guys can either fucking stop or get blocked.
This medical tyranny is pretty severe right now. So what do you see, Jenny Lee, as far as like that cure, that thing that people get? Is that going to be a problem going forward? What's happening with that?
Spirit was telling me about three levels of humans. And this lower frequency, they told me this probably 2 years ago, that they're not going to make it. And it has to do with the consciousness.
If you're lower frequency, you're a dead man walking.
Dropped off, completely and that's that lower frequency mindset. So your DNA and how all that is combined together and how everything.
Make sure you keep your eyes on these balls, Mojo, my dog.
Higher vibration people, because those people actually work on staying away from other medication and all that stuff. So I see that it adapts to levels of understanding and what you do. But I believe it goes back to some of the DNA too. There are some DNA that it's not adapting to, and I don't think that you just have like 4 types of DNA. I think there's more out there that, maybe we're not seeing the way that people want to see it, because I really have a lot of doubt in science now. I'd rather trust a higher being of what that is now. And so I really believe it's a conscious state being above that. And because they told me a long time ago, the second level and the higher level will make it, the lower level will not make it. So do I think that these people are going to get sick down the road? Yes. Do I think it's going to constantly happen? Yes. Do I think it's going to be a big percentage? That depends on what they do every day now. I think it does affect. And the condition that you were in when you had the shots.
Beautiful. Very good. Yeah, I agree with a lot of those points. So
that's it, Brian. You got it.
What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so HIV, mad cow. I don't know if these are going to be graphene, OXIDIE. I think I spelled that right. That's the AI, the black goo aspect of it all. Let me pull this because I wanted to show the picture of that. Oh wait, hold on.
That's the AI. Oh, of course.
So this here's something here you could wrap your mind around here. As you can see, this definitely doesn't look very natural. It's 99% of the aspect. I mean, some of them, but this was actually taken from a sample from one of them. Oh, I can't even.
I don't know how to make this simpler. An unsourced photo on Telegram that's passed around with text under it is not a source to trust. I know if it fits your narrative and if it's something you want to believe, you're like, oh yeah, man, I saw it on Telegram. Oh yeah, I saw it. Somebody sent me a post with it. It was real. I'm sure it was real. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was real.
Even say these words. It came from Russia, so I'm saying that some of them are different. Somebody has saline. Some nurses are just using the saline and not telling them. So some people are going to be just fine in this whole thing. But let me stop sharing now. Okay. This also has come up too, which I thought was kind of curious, is that there is extraterrestrial DNA being put into them to create new contracts, abduction contracts, because humanity is about ready to ascend, and there's a certain group of ET, especially the Maitreya. I don't think that's.
I don't mind them being here, even if they argue if there's kind of half-ass on target or topic. But
essentially,
just to keep dropping shit that they want people to fucking duck blow me. I don't. That gets old.
They are abducting humans and converting them into cyborgs and slaves off-world. Yeah. So
anybody who says they are abducting humans and turning them into cyborgs and then slaves off-world, probably not a reliable source.
Guys are their DNA, at least some. I think their DNA is in some of these things, and as a result, they want to harvest as many people as possible. And this also comes into Exodus 2023, which is a project that through remote viewing that we come across on the moon. It's a cybernetic lab there where they are taking souls of people that they're planning on passing around 2020 or up to 2023 and converting them to cyborgs and selling them off world. So yeah, unfortunately, the people that are participating in all that, even if they're not giving necessarily their consent to it, but by doing it, I guess that's for them that they believe it's consent. So I wanted to mention that. I think that's all I had here to say. They can also reanimate dead corpses, so it doesn't matter to them if you're dead or alive, by the way. Okay, so that's what I got.
Excellent. Good points. Kimberly, what are you seeing?
Okay, so so what I'm saying is that this is a surface population issue, and it's also a spiritual issue. And so I'm seeing that there's a population that's obviously divided between people that are accepting the JB and the people that are not. And the people that are accepting it are really cutting themselves off from their spiritual self, from their connection to their spiritual self. So after that's cut off, there's no
right in the area between either your ball sack and your butthole, or your vaginal cavity and your anal cavity, right there in the taint, there is a barcode. You're going to need another person. Sometimes it's even hard to see in a mirror. What you're going to want to do is, you remember as a kid where you would like roll up on your bed and hold like on your back and like keep your legs in the air and like stick your legs straight up, and you'd be like on your shoulder blades and neck basically like this, but you'd be balancing your legs in the air. You need to do that, but split your legs, and then you're going to have the second person, instead of trying to squat long enough to read the barcode, because there might be some stretching and moving they have to do to get it tight enough to read it, they can just sit right on your face. Okay, it's the most comfortable seat in the house. It puts them at the right level. Then when you're with your legs spread, they're going to want to grab probably an inch in from where your leg meets your taint on both sides, and they're going to want to pull. And if I know we all think we wash well, but who knows if there's a little bit of a smudge down there, whatever's going on, just spit on it, wipe it off, pull it tight. And then the third person comes in, because while you're stretching it tight, they're going to have a barcode scanner on their phone, because you could be marked as something else. You're going to want to use that. You're going to want to use that barcode scanning app on your phone to check and see if it says cyborg slave, off-world built. It'll tell you your paint code. It'll tell you your model number, year, make.
Patriot Mama is big sexy. Also thanks
Oh,
for
no.
your videos.
You're welcome, Scott David. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Also, Patriot Mama is big sexy. Patriot Mama, are you big sexy? That was from Scott David. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Not a lot of life left as far as being.
I scan my eyes probably once a week.
Being a full-fledged human. So the way I see it is that, you know, the people
Don't tell her that I've caught on, but I think she just likes me to sit on her face.
that have signed up for this are the people that are actually going to be leaving the planet, just plain and simple. I don't think that they're ready to move up in vibration as the planet is moving. And I believe that this has been, on a spiritual level, this has been set up so that they had the ability to have an out. And the you know, and the companies that make this actually gave them the ability to make that decision. So I believe that there are going to be a lot of deaths because I believe that this is 100% fatal. But I believe it's a decision that was made on a higher level for the people that are not going to be able to continue on in this, you know, in this new paradigm that's showing itself to us.
Very, very nice. Yeah, I think that a lot of people have, well, a lot of souls have chosen that path because it's going to be one of those awakening moments. So I think the numbers are heavily suppressed right now. We're going to see some massive numbers there, and going forward, they'll continue to grow. I saw this in a remote view, like probably about a year and a half ago. The numbers were pretty staggering, but they're not. It's not like a, you know, the whole world's not getting shut down for this, and there's still going to be a massive amount of people that go forward. But and some of that can be turned around through the med beds. Some of it will be turned around from consciousness.
I've always done the tough love acts for Mariah to try to help her, protect her, and please her. When we were younger, I used to fart in my hand and then use different ways to deliver it to her face, like the windmill, and then there's like the excavator bucket where you just like bring it out and release it. There's the serving it up from down under, and all those help with Alzheimer's. Smelling people's farts actually help to prevent Alzheimer's later on in life, and she's already has risk factors.
Like Jenny Lee,
so
the consciousness does.
Yeah, I'm willing to do it.
Absolutely have an effect. So you can stick anything in me, and it's not going to have an effect. You stick stuff.
Whoa! What? Clip that shit right there. Hold on.
So you can stick anything in me, and it's not going to have an effect. You stick stuff.
What? Hold on, let me record that.
So you could stick anything in me, and it's not going to have an effect.
I imagine it would not have an effect, Mr. Jaco. Don't threaten me with a good time, or I might be showing up and asking you to put on that little red banana hammock, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely have an effect. So you could stick anything in, but some of it will be turned around from consciousness, like Jenny Lee was talking about. So the consciousness does absolutely have an effect. So you could stick anything in me, and it's not going to have an effect. You stick stuff. People have actually performed that process where they get, you know, jabbed with something that's super toxic, and it doesn't affect them at all. So I've been around people that were really toxic.
I wish people called my penis super toxic.
In my travels,
they just usually use that to refer to my relationship skills
all over the world, and I never got sick. So it does.
I've been jabbed all over the world, and I never did get sick. Mediterranean men, Spanish conquistadors, a little bit of vodka, and a little bit of Russian lover. Jabbed all over the world. You could stick anything in me, and I would. It's not gonna have an effect.
It does have the consciousness.
Maybe you've heard of the term hot dog hallway.
Will be a factor in this, and is a factor right now. Now, in the beginning, I think that it was pretty much a non-factor, maybe saline, like we're talking about, and maybe just some harmless stuff. That's what I'm getting from my contact. But they started to put some bad product out there, and that's what we're having right now. So it's not on a very big level yet, but if they continue, this medical mafia continue to be able to have their control, they will increase that over time. So that's part of the process that we have to see, the stopping of that whole system. So that leads to our next question. What do you think
I assumed it was your wife. Who was that used to come in here all the was it Crimson's husband that used to come in all the time and make all those super embarrassing donations?
What will happen to the medical mafia in the coming years, Gina Lee?
Dissolved. Completely dissolved. And I have a actual.
The third time you've been leaving, you hung up. Did I make you fall in lust?
My job is going to be completely dismantled. And you have to know the ones that are going to lead this, that know about spirituality, that know about energy, that knows about that frequency. It's not going to be your PhD. It's not. It is going to be people that know about energy.
That's right. Dick was his name.
So yeah, I just don't think that they are pharmaceutical. Spirit has showed me that these pods for these med beds, and it's the way they're saying it, they're not big facilities. You're just going in and they're convenient everywhere. And it's what it is. You've got the older generation.
Bitch, you saw 10 in beds.
It's going to be the hardest. So then when they start to see that it's the younger ones will step in and go and do it, then they're starting to see the results. So they're going to go by the result, but I think the government say you can have this choice or that choice. We're not going to force you, but then you're slowly going to see these facilities, medical, especially the Cancer Society. We know that that's been cured a long time ago. It'll be gone. They'll never see it. They'll be in the history books of how this happened and everything, but everything's going to shrink and be.
Yeah, you think she could have found one if she'd had all those visions of 10 in beds.
Fabulous. Yeah, that sounds magnificent. I know everyone's ready for that. And I think at some point it's going to be, some of it will be mass scale where lots of people walk into a room and I guess.
I hope that Tesla has figured out how to pull energy while depleting your body of its life essence to charge his cars and convinces you they're med beds. So you climb in, you shrivel up and die to get one supercharge on a Model S.
And then some of it.
That's what I hope in the video game.
Tanks for a long time, like James and I have talked about, kind of like the Avatar stuff. And then some of it will be in those what we see as
they all glow in the dark because they work for the CIA.
Going forward,
those glow in the darks
being removed, and I see a lot of the people that are involved in all this agenda being hunted down and being brought to trial. They may actually not even make it to trial. They may be hunted down by the crowds because remember I told you earlier the zombification process, which is it's going to cause a lot of people to become extremely violent. And the violence is going to be mostly directed to the ones that are promoting this agenda. So a lot of these people are not going to survive because of that. Now, there will also be demands of releasing cures and technology. So this may actually result in the med beds being expedited, released. I like to share my screen just real quick here. This is the
oh my God. I don't know how you guys can keep doubting in the face of this hand-drawn evidence.
Matra. So yeah, these are those grays that are putting their DNA in those things that we were talking about. This is a group of feline beings from Exodus 20:23, which by the way is a Bible verse, and you can go look it up. So it's referring to a cybernetic labs, and some of these feline beings evidently are negatively aligned, and they're participating in this cybernetic agenda.
You're talking about the second book of the Bible is talking about cybernetic labs. You're talking about the second book of the Bible is talking about cybernetic labs. When it says, ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. Are you sure it doesn't just talk about making false idols out of silver And gold. No, that's clearly referencing cybernetic off-world labs. Literally, it is the Exodus 20 is literally the 10 Commandments. And he's saying that 2023 is talking about cybernetic labs. Now, the King James Version, that's what I just read to you, was the King James Version. In the New International Version, it says, do not make any gods to be alongside me. Do not make yourself gods of silver or gods of gold. That's the New International Version. I'm not sure if he's reading the Quantum version or...
So I just wanted to share my screen real quick. Okay. Anyway, that's all I have on that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I agree with you on the hunting down, and we want that to be resolved obviously peacefully, but I do see a timeline where that's taken care of by the crowds, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Kimberly, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of the same stuff. I think the medical mafia, those that survive the gallows will be hunted down. I think that the medical community is going to be completely disbanded because what they're pushing is no longer necessary. It's not our way going forward. We've seen what the medical community can do. And once this is all, unveiled, that there is
That's actually his brother's soul. It's waiting to be put in a new avatar body.
a underlying, health situation going on here, that people are going to absolutely 100% resist the medical community and what they have to offer us, because there's better ways going forward, and the med beds are going to be the start of it. And I see also, and I see that, all of the nurses and the doctors that have survived from, getting their own JABs will have to be re-educated.
Oh, by the way, has anyone seen Tar Pity or We the Pepe? We were talking about that today in Telegram, that they had been absent for a while. If they just moved on and don't watch the channel anymore, that's fine. But I just wanted to make sure they were okay.
And they'll have to do other things, because I don't see the medical community moving forward after this in a positive way. I just think it's going to be totally disbanded.
Yeah, I totally agree with everyone's assessment that they'll be completely disbanded, and a lot of the good doctors and nurses and chiropractors and all the people that are doing the healing, they'll start to turn those healing centers into wellness centers, and that's all we're going to need going forward. We're not going to need the healing, because we'll all be doing the right things that keep us very healthy. Mm-hmm. So one last question, and then we'll have closing comments from everybody if they want to bring up
Kimberly. Yeah, she channeled that last message, but go ahead.
Oh, nice. All right. So the last one: how will society react to the lies fed to them from the mass media and medical cartel? Jenny Lee.
I think we went over this one in the beginning. It just, when you have your education system too, along with the medical, that's programming too. They're not going to. What I see, churches being burnt down, medical facilities, when they get angry enough, they're going to burn them down too, because they've already been thinking for years that they're giving us the wrong medicine, and they're diagnosing with the wrong situation, and they're going to react. So even when I have a doctor come to me, because I'm seeing me go out the door fast. So what I'm saying is they're going to dismantle and disintegrate them across the board. And then, because when you have some new technology that you're seeing the results within sessions, no one is even going to be.
That is concerning. I don't think I have anybody's numbers, but that's still concerning.
Make any money. so they can't employ anybody, and everybody's going to be wanting to work for the med vets, because I've already heard people, I just want to work for the med vets. I want to work with that facility. I want to do that. So it's going to be abandoned, and I would not be surprised we burnt to the ground.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment.
Lawsuit.
Yeah, lots of lawsuits, and that'll destroy them as well. So all the money they've been collecting over all of these, last 100 or so years since that system started, is going to have to be given back in generous portions to some people, and they deserve that. So the burning process, because I'll just give you a quick insight on that before it comes my turn, is because I don't forget it, otherwise I will, because you guys have great stuff. I remember going by a church here in St. Petersburg, and I saw the negative entities that were in that church, and I was like, that's going to have to be burnt. There's no way that that can continue. So that's one of the reasons why I think a lot of these institutions will have to be removed, because there's so much negative karma in them, and so much bad juju and bad spirits that are in them, that they just have to be destroyed. James, what do you see?
Well, I don't know if I really have much more to add to all this. I mean, I already covered that. I see people becoming extremely violent.
I don't know if Earl's been back around or not, because I haven't really been over to. I haven't been back over to. What is the High Vibes Up? So I don't know. I haven't paid attention to Earl.
Certainly, I think the mass media is going to become obsolete. But eventually it will be reformed, because I was told through a remote viewer, basically they see all the secret space program, basically what we're discussing now, becoming mainstream news. So this and it's kind of shocking, really kind of see like the difference like night and day between now and in the future. But even like secret space program stuff is that kind of super soldier stuff, all that. So as far as medical cartel, we already know that's going to be going away. How the public is going to react, I think they're going to just go. Typically, when you lose a loved one, you go through this grieving process. I think the public's going to go through that first. They'll be in denial, and then they'll get angry, and then they'll become. It's like, oh, it's self-evident, So and they'll move on. But some people, the consciousness of them are so low that they.
Oh, I didn't know We the Pepe was from Australia. For some reason, I thought he was from the States.
Can only perceive like what's right in front of them. So it will take a while for them to kind of get upgraded, I guess, with the rest of the society culture here as we progress into new age here. But okay, that's my
excellent, good points, and I agree with that. The consciousness has to be at a certain level before you can even comprehend this. Kimberly, what are your thoughts?
Okay, so I see from now until the end of the year that that we as a planet are going to be going through a great deal of emotion, anywhere from grieving to shock to surprise. It's going to be a consistent reveal from now until, I believe, until the end of the year. So we're just going to get over one situation, and then another one's going to come, and another one's going to come, and it's just going to keep pouring out until the space fleet, till extraterrestrials, the deep state, all of it, the elections. I think that this is just some of the stuff that we're seeing is just the beginnings of an avalanche, of course, of all the stuff that's going to be happening as far as disclosure goes. But then we're going to also be dealing with the fact that we have relatives and friends and close individuals that are suffering physically.
Yeah, We the Pepe has a young kid, but he's from Alabama, I think. Bucka has a young child, and he's from Australia.
From a devious plot to depopulate the planet. So it's going to be a lot, and I see a lot of emotional exhaustion. I see a lot.
I talked to Bucka. Bucka's fine.
I see a lot of depression, from being bamboozled for thousands of years. So we as a society have a lot of healing to do. I see that. I see the next 6 months is a bit chaotic. But going into 2022, I think that, we are going to rise up and clear a lot of this up that happened in 2021.
Yeah, I agree with everyone. So the consciousness is going to take a hit for some people, there's a lot of us that have already done the work, and we're just like, oh, finally everybody wakes up. So good. All right. We're all happy. And, but there are other people are like, oh, so they're going to go through that grieving period. So, and we're there, we're like happy. It's like, oh, it'll be okay. You'll get over it. I went through that process years ago, and, but it'll be a lot speeded up, much more speeded up, because we had to do the searching, the inner searching, and then look for the information. It's going to be revealed. So that hard searching that we had to find all this stuff is going to be quickly revealed. Now, if we could talk openly right now, it would be a massive reveal for a lot of people, but we can't. So once that ability is given to us to talk openly, that's another process that really speeds us up. So a lot of people that follow us, because of the way we have to walk our words around stuff, it's a little confusing. People, it kind of turns them off. But when you can be open about this information, and you can go a lot deeper than what we're allowed to right now, it's the awakening process will happen a lot quicker. So we'll be part of that process. There's a lot of people out there that are, tiptoeing through this stuff right now, revealing, but it's going to come a lot faster. And because of that, we'll be able to take off with our own stuff, and people will be more inspired by that as well. So last words, Jenny Lee, and then a little bit about yourself. And for everyone that's watching, the description, all the information for everyone here in the description box, all their information will be down there. So Jenny Lee, last words, and then a little bit about yourself as far as how people can contact you.
I want the raw truth out. I want everything revealed. This world's going to turn inside out. What you think is going to be the future is not. It's going to be completely different. The way your homes are, everything that you need in the flesh is not going to be needed in the same way anymore. So I do something called humble healing that actually reprograms that fear of 3D out of the mind in one session. So I'm a spiritual teacher. I teach many classes. I'm an author, walking in humble spirit. And actually when I teach, I actually tap into what's behind you, and I just open the doors of what they're telling me to do. They're the teacher. I
didn't see it. I'm not huge on signs, but we can look at it.
Do something called humble healing that actually reprograms that fear of 3D out, need in the inside out. What you think is going to be the future is not. Raw truth out. I want everything revealed.
You're saying the OK symbol?
What you think is going to be the future is not. It's going to be completely different. The way your homes are, everything that you need in the flesh is not going to be needed in the same way anymore. So I do something called humble healing that actually reprograms that fear of 3D out of the mind.
I can't call her out on that. I do that sometimes while I'm talking.
In one session. So I'm a spiritual teacher. I teach many classes. I'm an author, walking in humble spirit. And actually when I teach, I actually tap into what's behind you, and I just open the doors of what they're telling me to do. They're the teacher. I just give you the tools to flourish and go in the direction. And then I work on missing persons and crimes for corporations and anything that's artifacts in the ground. So I just am all about the raw truth completely.
It's magnificent. All right. Thank you very much. And James.
Yeah, I've got some pictures that Jenny drew. You want me to share? Jenny, do you want?
Absolutely.
Is it okay to share that? Okay. All right. Hold on, folks. Let me pull this up. So this one, I think this is the Three Gorges Dam. And because she's come on my
Kirsten W said the Three Gorges Dam would be gone by today. Is it gone?
Show to talk a little bit about this one. So I guess Jenny, you want to just quickly go over that?
Yeah, and the thing.
Oh my God. Dude, just because we don't trust Google doesn't mean we have to draw everything from a vision we had. Come on.
They told me China, and then the way the rocks were up against the surface, but you and I saw that they were, Asian Oriental looking, and then that it was older. It wasn't a newer type of facility, but what was by this, what scared me, and they were talking about a Walmart.
Look, Zengaria, RC, I've let you go. I'm not super religious, but at this point, you've made your point in the chat 1,000 fucking times. It's enough. I'll move along.
Of cloning facility that would have trucking, shipping, cargo, everything out of it going.
They said that when they saw this vision, they saw it was an older dam and there was Asian people around, so they knew it was a Three Gorges Dam.
For these cloning
Gotcha.
facilities. They're like, Jen, it's the Walmart of it all. So you will look at something like that that has natural animals and all that stuff connected to that. Looks like they're just doing normal testing. They're not. And then all of this is underground. You see some of it in trees.
You know how shitty Google Earth would be if they let this guy draw the whole thing?
And then I also did a picture of what you would call a white ape with, that's the
I don't have the ape one.
well, it's something later we can look at, but the dam, everything's underneath. So, and how far they go down and how they don't have a place to go anymore. We have dismantled where they can hide now. So they have to surface up. They thought that underground was going to be their safe.
Oh, it's supposed to be tomorrow? I'm sorry. I lose track of days, man. Especially when I do something in the morning, then I'm streaming like at midnight. I lose track of whether it's today or yesterday.
It's not just one thing that they showed me. And then
Hurston.
the New York picture, there's a white.
Is that it? The ape? So
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
these are the clones that are.
Showed me how they look, and
The last time I saw him, I think, was on Travis's show. And he seemed fine. He just had to leave because the baby was yelling or something. But
dangerous and testing and all that stuff. This is
what the hell is this?
That dam and the way it was showing. There's just many things going on underground. It's not just one thing that they showed me. And then just like the New York picture, there's a white.
Is that it? The ape? So these are the clones that are.
Showed me how they look and very dangerous and testing and all that stuff. This is what I drew, what Spirit showed me. And
These are the clones from the dam. See how they can just blend right in and no one would even notice that their mouth is actually a butthole, and you can literally see anal fissures all around it. Their nose is literally as wide as their mouth, and their eyes are gigantic, and only 1/32 of their head is dedicated to hair. They blend right in. I mean, if this isn't the American dream, I don't know what is. Why the fuck is she sitting at home having visions and drawing Doug? Should someone tell Doug that this bitch is drawing him naked? Where does this go if this is also going? This looks like if you asked your kid, what would it look like if we added a new person to Mount Rushmore? Oh, and their mouth was an asshole.
and how they look. So it's all these facilities that look like there's something, but there's mirage, and it's totally something different, like this. So yeah, it's
Why? I guess my biggest concern is why does his body go this way as well as this way? Is he on the corner of a cube?
something different, like this. So yeah, it's some of the stuff I just draw. I draw it by memory of how Spirit tells me to draw it completely. I didn't think I could do this, and they just show me. And these have led to cases being solved. So that's the New York one where the plug goes up to one.
These right here have led to cases being solved. I bet. They're so lifelike and realistic. This is as if you drew 8 rectangles with different designs on them and then smudged some shit between them. I didn't even know I could draw a 1-for-1 replica of the entire city of New York City, and then it flooded. But look, I believe the Secret Space Program Super Soldier Outfit Delta 1 Division gave me this power. If you're part of the Super Soldier team, I like my odds, okay?
one level.
Is it supposed to be this way?
Yeah. So as it comes down, and that's right downtown, and they just show the underground system and then that first level of being
First floor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Flood out.
And so I've been working on that one, and then I have the big one in California, which is
Oh my God.
so I've been working on that one, and then I have the big one in California.
This was a child. A child drew 2 seashells and a crab trying to open them up to get the pearl. This was a child. I am very flustered. It says, Mrs. Robbins, first grade class, thank you, have a great summer. I'm going to the beach. Here is a picture. They're probably saying, thank you, can you draw another? Hard to believe that people could be so evil. Yes, thank you, they're finally exposed. Three Gorges Dam going down soon. I hate this world. If I didn't have plans to destroy it on the way out, I would have already left.
Which is coming up, but these are the lines, the landlines, and then the yellow is where that's unstable ground that's going to fall off and partly go into the ocean. The green is actually the area of the safe zone. And so that whole structure underneath is not going to be there. It's going to deteriorate. And so they show me, I've been wanting to draw that California one for a while, and they finally showed me what I needed to do with it. People don't like this stuff, but I have to be honest about it.
But Jenny, people have been saying California is going to fall into the sea for many years now, decades. I mean, since at least Edgar Cayce.
If you go back to that other picture.
This one or?
No, the other one. That one. Okay, so that shows when I'm looking like Grand Canyon, as it divides, you're seeing a part of it go in the ocean where that yellow. So all these people that have properties right on the coastline, that stuff is going to fall. But it has the coast of where it's going to fall into. So it's going to be like a Grand Canyon. You're looking down, you're seeing water and these big cracks, and it's never going to come back together again. But that's where I saw the transition.
To be fair, that kind of looks like Mariah's hairy legs and her butthole.
For these alien species staying in that area above the sky.
This right here is where the taint, the taint QR code would be if you're looking for that.
I'd like to make a comment about this. It's come across an individual has come across
the 3 seashells.
She used to get dreams about. She gets prophetic dreams, and when Trump was in office, all the bad dreams stopped.
You think these rays of sunshine here are part of the connective butthole tissue? It's not. Mariah's just got a hairy butthole. It kind of looks like she sat on a tarantula, and all of its legs are just kind of stuck out. First time scared the shit out of me. I thought, God damn, what's that, Granddaddy Longlegs?
These earth changes, and then as soon as the BIDEN got in, the dreams about earthquakes and all this started up. So it almost seems like this stuff is going to be created, manufactured, and it's actually I don't know if you've talked about this, Jaco, on your show, but California is sitting on a giant ledge in the ocean. You can actually take a submarine underneath it. And that whole ledge could theoretically fall off if they apply some sort of weapons down there. And by the way, they could take submarines all the way to Sandia under New Mexico. So it goes in there pretty deep.
Yeah, that's true.
You never get your butthole, Mariah. Never.
talk about how the submarines come in.
Never.
Robert's got an entryway, and there's like submarine bases, you know, in Nevada, all kind of crazy stuff. So yeah, it's fascinating stuff. But I agree with a lot of the stuff. I saw this stuff for a long time. Now, whether it does materialize,
Jaco just agrees with all this stuff. He's seen it for a long time.
be part of the the last things that that has to unwind here on Earth to make that transition.
All right. I don't know if Jenny's still here. If she's not.
Yeah, she.
Oh, there she is.
Here she. Yeah, she's coming back now.
Okay, because she called Los Angeles is going to be renamed Lost Souls City because there's so many people are going to. I guess it's going to be so sudden, or either that the people down in that part of the basin there don't believe it. I mean, I guess they're stubborn, or either that there've been so many warnings that this earthquake is going to happen. Nobody, I guess they just. Jenny,
Are you there?
yeah,
Yeah, you good? Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. My computer just shut down.
Okay.
Okay, so then that's the.
You do not get your butthole, Mariah. I'm telling you. I don't know. You can't see it, or you can't feel it, or you block it out mentally. You're a butthole. You're a butthole.
Go into the ocean. It's unstable ground, and then you have the red where you're going to see that gap, and the green is the safe zone that they showed me with the situation.
Yeah, definitely. The Sierra Nevada mountains are safe zone. So that's what I got. That's why I was living there. But now I moved to Florida. I think it's a little bit safer out here. So that's amazing. What else?
Oh, so he did completely move.
Your stuff.
He did completely move. We just thought he was visiting.
I'll go. I only have one thing I wanted to show, but Jenny, you want to?
You missed.
These are the pods.
Yeah, I'm seeing our home.
I could pull hairs. Ooh.
Going into
Oh, I could pull hairs.
No, you can't.
I guarantee you I could.
No, I can feel.
How many spiders did you set on?
to these futuristic pods that travel. So it's dimensional. So you go in, it just resources, and you can access things in a.
Embarrassing.
No, that is
like what? How can this happen? But they're showing
very embarrassing.
These are pods that travel.
I would pluck them or something. I don't know what to do.
The simplest things that we need are accessible.
This is the best drawing, and it's a bad circle. And for some reason, these legs are on the outside and on the inside. They go all the way through. There's these two lines that don't go to the back of the cone. They go too deep, too far. The perspective is off. And the rest of it's squiggly lines and Mariah's butthole hairs.
So that's what they were showing me.
Okay, thank you. All right, so yeah, if you want to learn more about, thank you, Jenny. If you want to learn more about what I do, you could always visit supersoldiertalk.com. You can also go to my website, neologicaltech.com, and get a copy of my book.
If you like what I do, you can check me out at supersoldier.com and get a copy of my book. It's for sale right now. I'm a super soldier, very coordinated, extremely precise movements and skills. Sorry, I hit my mic there. I apologize for that.
You can also go to my website, neologicaltech.com, and get a copy.
Oh, damn, dude.
It's all.
They need to retrain you guys. The fuck? What happened to your situational awareness there, super soldier?
If you want to learn more about what I do, you could always visit supersoldiertalk.com. You can also go to my website, neologicaltech.com.
You fucking twitching, dude?
It's all pretty much SSP related stuff, but I'm gonna give it over to Kimberly now because I know she's got this channel message she got from Mother Earth.
Mariah, they suggested I send you with a lighter.
So unless, Kimberly, if you want to add something.
That was great. Cheers. Thanks, guys. Kimberly?
Are you gonna read it? Oh, thank you. Are you gonna read it, James?
I could, or would you?
Okay, I'll just quickly say that, I'm a remote viewer, a super soldier. I specialize in connecting people with their star families. I also specialize in
connecting people with their star families. I wonder if that's a paid or a free service.
Remote viewing, whether or not you've been in the projects, the space program, super soldiers.
I'm a super soldier. If you need to check me out, here's my book. Thank God I caught that. Would have looked bad on us super soldiers.
Okay, I guess. Okay, I'll do it. My dearest ones, I am your mother. I'm here and I'm always here, and I've been transforming as well as you. You've always felt loved and connected, and that is always me you are connected to. And if agreed upon before birth to make a jump like no other, we
Here
will
come the spell casting.
together. My love for you all. Namaste.
That's from Mother Earth.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, that's fabulous. So yeah, so ending comments on my end is that, you know, it's been fantastic roundtable with you guys. I'd love to do this again in the future. The
I am Private Potato. He is Private Potato. Potato.
stuff that we're all, you know, tapping into for the future of the planet. It's rosy in the future, but we're going to go through a process of you know, some trial and tribulation. And it's not going to be, you know, we think someone's going to come back and return and then everything's hunky dory. No, it's not going to happen that way. It's going to be lots of problems going forward, and earth changes, all kind of crazy stuff. So we'll see a lot of that start to manifest. We're already seeing a little bit of that manifest, I believe, already, and it's going to pick up speed. So that's part of the awakening process. It's always happened that way, and it's consciousness as a way of bringing that stuff in. It's a cleansing process, and it happens every time, and that's fantastic. So also for my stuff, you can unleashingintuition.com or michaelkjaco.com. And guys, you know, thanks a lot for joining me today.
Oh, that reminds me, I've got something special to show you guys.
That's come in to, you know, share with us, and it's been quite a little audience that we've attracted in here, and one of the highest ones I've had yet since I lost all my big channel. So this is fantastic. You guys brought him in, and
This is the best show he's had since his channel was taken down. That tells us a lot.
I think I'm definitely going to leave this up. So the guys that came in the middle of this, you know, keep watching, and you know, share it as much as you can, and we'll be back to share more information in the future. All right, guys, thanks a lot, and lots of love.
Thank you.
Yes, the GoFundMe's still going on. If you make a $1,000 donation or larger, I'm going to get your name tattooed on my body. That's what we're down to. Some of these people need to take after this crackhead right here. Let me show you guys something. This is very extreme. This is what causes trust issues between people, I'm sure. Check this out. All right, see this lady? Just an older lady. She doesn't have any teeth. I mean, she looks like she's not as well put together as the women that were just on that show. And people were asking about those women on the show. Check out this. Okay, she's getting ready. She's doing her hair. Now it's straight. Now she got a wig. Uh-oh. Yeah, she put her wig on. Okay. Now she's going to do her makeup. A little more makeup. Got to put her teeth in. Then she's going to sponge it. Eyelashes. Who the hell is this lady? Who the hell is this lady? I know there's no sound. I cannot play the copywritten song that she's playing. Who the hell is this lady? This lady. This lady. It goes on. Who the hell who are the This is what you find on Plenty of Fish. Wow. It's not two different women. That's the same woman with her teeth in. She's all over her own page. Like, it's her. How she starts out and how she finishes. It's just the power of makeup, kids. The power of makeup. I don't know. I think this is amazing. Not that I think Mariah needs better makeup, but I want to record me trying to contour her face to change its shape. Because I think that, like when they do like 3D drawings, you know, and you like add depth or like different paint patterns, how they make things look different, I would like to try it. Hell, I'm going to start wearing makeup for the show. Maybe I'd get some bigger tips. I've got decent sized titties.
Duh.
Damn. I think I could do it. Like if basically Mariah gets mad because if I watch like a tutorial or look up like a guide for like 5 minutes, I can do almost anything. Not that there's anything special. I'm just really good at like, I don't know, winging it, I guess, bullshitting, like making it up as I go. So I'm pretty sure I could do it. It just might take a little bit. All right, now we've got, you guys want to watch a Super Soldier Talk video? Yeah, I think we need this guy. Super Soldier Talk. Let me see if I can find a short one. All his videos are like fucking 2 hours. I want one like under 5 minutes. Okay, doesn't look like we're going to get any of those. Who's this guy that makes all these long videos? Who do you think you are? Me? Asshole. Oh my God, look who this guy used to be. There's your super soldier. That is government bred to become a super soldier being. Brad's still making videos, they're just boring as fuck. Boring as fuck. I want to see this video where Madison names the new preachers. That's what we need to get into next. Here it is. Madison, one good thing she might do is single-handedly take down every televangelist. Oh, I forgot to turn it back on. You're right.
People of God that I allow to pray over me.
I was trying to figure out where she's at anyway. She's not even in the first part of the video.
Telling me that I'm appointing you into the position of an apostle and advancing your ministry and your gift. Play you a little clip. I'm going to share the screen here. Give me 1 minute and thank you for being patient with me. I'm going to share the screen. God is doing today. I'm going to play a commercial.
Oh, here she is. It's after the Mike Lindell commercial. Let's watch the commercial first.
Okay, be right back.
Oh, look at this, guys. Oh, man. Look. Oh, shit. Look at this guy's animations.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor of MyPillow. Thanks to your support, you've helped make MyPillow become one of the fastest growing companies in America.
Nope. Just leave.
Over the last 12 years, you've helped MyPillow create thousands of jobs right here in the USA.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep.
Man, this dude can get Mike Lindell. Why can't I get a fucking sponsor, dude? I will sell you the sponsorship on my channel for the next fucking year. You give me enough to help me get a house.
Sleep at night, and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
That's why I invented MyPillow. My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. I'm interrupting this commercial right now.
For a year's worth of shows, at minimum of three days a week. Yeah, I'll sell it to you for, what do I have? What do I need? I'll sell it to you for $20K.
Retailers have canceled MyPillow, and
Let's do it.
I'm going to pass this
Probably $30K. Still, let's do it.
right now to get deep discounts on all MyPillow products. For example, you can get my premium MyPillows regularly $69.98, now just $29.98, the lowest price ever.
For the best night's sleep,
Mustache trimmings.
MyPillow.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, Madison Marquette. Madison, thank you for agreeing to being on the show. I really appreciate you taking the time out to be on Truth Unveiled and to agree with these me asking you these tough questions. We want to allow you to be able to defend yourself and give your side of the story. So thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. I'm ready.
Okay, since I announced this show, there have been many people bring some positive comments and also a lot of negative ones. And I'm sure in your position with what you're doing, there are tons of people attacking you. We want to know why evidence cannot be given right now. And we want to ask you the tough questions. We know that your own family is calling you a habitual liar, and we want to address those things. And so here we go. Let's ask this first question. Why is there no tangible evidence of what you're accusing these mega church pastors of doing?
Well, there is evidence. It's just not shown at this point. There is stuff that's out there, and I have released certain things out there. But here's what happens. It doesn't matter what evidence I release. Either I get told it's not true, or it's altered, or whatever. And so there is evidence out there.
Sure.
But there's a lot of moving parts here. I am suing my traffickers. I am suing certain people. So there's things in the court that can't come out yet.
Lawsuits are public information.
Another thing is, first and foremost, I'm a mother, and I was trafficked through the porn industry. So a lot of this evidence that people are wanting to see has to do with me being naked, tortured, and that is the evidence that people are asking to see. A lot of that's
Nope.
already out there.
I didn't ask to see you naked once. I asked you to prove any of your fucking story. Show me where you filed lawsuit and where I can look it up as public record.
my children to endure even more as they grow up to see this of their mom? No. Will I get the hate for it? Yes, if that means protecting my children. But there is evidence, and evidence is going to end up coming out as more women come forward, as certain things start opening up. We're going to see it, but most likely my face is going to be blurred when you see this evidence for my protection and for all the other women and men as well that have gone through it, and the children. Our face is going to be blurred when the evidence comes out. So hopefully that answers that.
Yeah. And you said something very important, and what we want to encourage people to do. The more that we're made aware of this, and the more the public is aware of this, the more it will give strength to those other women, to the Jane Does of the world. And we encourage you, and I encourage you, if you're a victim, if you want to call yourself a victim, I would like to refer you to as a survivor instead of a victim, because I don't want you to have that victim mentality if you were attacked against your will and against what you can offer and cannot offer. Whenever, and we know it by law, whenever a woman says, no, you can't do this, and if you move forward, you're an attacker. And so I want to encourage other Jane Does to come forward. The more that come forward, the more that's going to be known and the more it's going to be aware of. Now, I want to ask another question that we can go on. These men, you said that you're pursuing lawsuits. Now, you have publicly named 3 or 4 big name ministers also. And if I can, if I have your permission, is it okay to name these that you have already named?
Absolutely. Yeah.
You have named Mike, I think it's Mike Erie.
Mike Erie, yep.
From, what's it, Rock
Harbor Church. He's at Rock Harbor. He's at a church now in Tennessee called Journey.
Okay. And then you have mentioned Rick Warren. Greg Laurie, and T.D. Jakes. Now, let me ask you this question. Because you have publicly named these men, are they suing you?
No.
Why not? Do you think why are they not suing you?
Well,
I think the answer is obvious, but I think it needs to be spoken.
Well, once you go into a court and you're suing, discovery comes into play. And so the discovery of the evidence that I have would come into play. And as we know, courts are corrupt and stuff. Someone eventually is going to release that evidence. And so they also don't know all the evidence that I do have against them. And so, of course, they're not going to sue me, because as soon as they start suing me, discovery comes into play. And that will show that they are abusers and trafficking women and children. And it will prove the tunnels that they have within their church and the secret rooms that they have in the church, and they're trafficking these women and children.
That does not surprise me at all. I think we all know, those that are awake, know that there's tunnels all over the place. There's evidence of tunnels. I've read that there's tunnels under the...
That church is 4 hours away from me. I wonder if I could go and get Mike Erie to talk to me.
Vatican, as I said earlier, there's tunnels under Washington, D.C., the White House, the Capitol. And these tunnels go for miles, and they're 4 to 5 stories deep. Yeah. And I've heard that some of the tunnels under the White House and stuff, you could literally, there's cities under there, that you could literally live in these tunnels for months at a time, because there's so many things under there. And also heard that there's tons and tons of manuscripts and gold and all kind of stuff. And I've heard my entire life that there's tons and tons of gold under the Vatican, so much that it could literally make every human on earth a multimillionaire. So anyway, I'm going to lean on that. Wicked has put up wealth for the righteous. So anyway, thank you for answering that. Now let me ask you more questions. Are you after a book deal? There's a lot of people that say that you just want to get famous, that you just want to, that you're going to come out with a new book, and you're just looking for a book deal and a get rich thing kind of thing. What do you say regarding this?
First of all, I already wrote a book. I wrote a book in 2014, and I changed all the names in the book. I wrote a book. When I tell my story or do any interview, even when I go to conferences and tell my story, I don't ask for money, because first of all, God will take care of my needs, right? And I don't ask for money purposely, because I don't want to be accused of that, or accused of getting money. And frankly, some of the people that I might be speaking with could be compromised, and I don't want to be taking their money if they are compromised and be a part of that whatsoever. So I don't ask for money. I have written a book already. I wrote it in 2014. So, and if I were to write a book again, most likely I would probably do, I don't know who's doing it right now. It's a gentleman. He does like the SRA. He wrote books about SRA. He donates all that money to charity. If I did that, I most likely would probably donate it to combat human trafficking and wouldn't take a dime of it. But I don't want a book deal. That's not where my heart is right now. God has told me to expose it and also go in and do the extractions and the things that I'm doing right now in my life. So.
Yeah, that's one of the questions I have coming up. And I'll go into it.
Ollie says good night.
Right now, segue into it. What are you doing right now, and why are you doing it?
So I work for somebody, and it's got to keep it very private just for our safety and what we're doing. But we do go do extractions of children. There's a lot of moving parts to what we do, but extractions, we also have homes that house these children. And so I run those homes to make sure that, the children are okay, and then go doing the extractions. The reason that I'm doing it is obviously I'm a survivor of it, and I've lived it and survived it. And I just cannot know that these babies are out there and leave them and not go get them. And so that's what God has called me. That's my ministry. You don't have to live out of the country to be a missionary. You can do missions in your state or wherever you're at. So God just called me to go get these babies, because someone needs to go get them.
And so I'm going to jump back to the topic we just talked about, money and stuff. So you're not after a get rich quick type thing here. You're not. And have you been offered any money? And we're talking big money, not 100, 200, 100,000. Have you been offered big money from anyone?
Yes. So I am suing my traffickers. The first deal that they gave me, the first offer they gave me was $13 million, with the stipulation that I stop speaking out and stop naming names. Told them no. I also just did a conference in Pennsylvania. After that conference, got offers to do mainstream television and got offered money to do that. And I told them no. So I am getting offers, and I'm telling them no, I don't want it. I don't want their money. And the whole point of me suing the people that bought and sold me is not for the money aspect. It's one, it keeps me safe to protect me. Two, it's if something happens to me, then this stuff can get released via my attorney and other things that I have put in place. So I'm getting offers.
Yeah, so we know about military underground installations. So there's different ones for storage and different things. In mountains, there's Area 51. There's the Minutemen complexes. There's 9 Minutemen complexes that make up a flight. and there's what, 15 flights of those. Like, of course, there's underground military installations. Not like they're saying. No fucking way.
$1 million offers, and I'm turning it down each time. So that should tell people right there, this is not, I'm not after the money.
She hasn't had any offers.
God will take care of me. And
that shouldn't tell people shit. All we're seeing is the fact that you said you got an offer and you said you turned it down. Show us the offer. Show us where you declined. Get anybody to talk to us that said, oh yeah, I made her an offer. Or show us the email they sent, the letter they sent, the official offer that they sent to you. It doesn't tell us that. That should show people right there, I'm not in this for money because I told you that I'm not.
And God's got me covered.
So are you driving a Bentley?
No, no, I won't tell you what car I drive, but I'll tell you after. I'll even FaceTime you. You can see it.
Okay. We also talked about people coming forward. Have you been in contact with other victims that are coming forward, that will come forward? Because it's very important. And I think survivors need power and they need strength to come forward. And the more we make people aware of what's going on, I think it will be an easier decision for them to make. And they need protection. They need covering. And they need, when you begin to move and do what you're doing, your life is at stake. And so are there other women coming forward? And if so, is there a plan to do a large lawsuit or individual lawsuits or anything like that?
There are women that have come forward, and actually some men as well. I have connected them with my attorney if they are added on as Jane Does or John Does onto the lawsuit. And this should tell you something. I have said if they want to settle themselves, that they can settle. I don't want any piece of it because they're coming in for.
Then they can't be added onto your lawsuit, dumbass. Once a party enters into a lawsuit together, they either all settle or none of them settle.
From a different stance, right? They don't want to be out there. And we do get high threats. I mean, the death threat that
they could be filing their own individual lawsuit underneath the same attorney, but they're not settling them out one by one.
Daily. So they don't.
Oh, now we've only got 4 left. Now we've only got 3 left. We'll get those last 2.
Want to be involved in that with their face out there, but they do want to see justice, and they have gone through hell and back. So yes, some have come forward, and I've connected them with my attorney. If they don't want to go through my attorney, there's 2 other attorneys that I will direct them towards that we know are good and safe and aren't going to expose or are going to use them. And so yes, the Jane Does and John Does have come forward, and I've talked about it before. Derek Hay of LA Direct Models, who owned me, they had, I can't remember, I think it was like 5 or 6 Jane Does that sued Derek in court, and they won their lawsuit against him for him trafficking and taking the money. So there is this evidence out there of things that I am.
Well, we have to be very, 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 very particular here. He was setting them up with gentlemen that occasionally they wanted to be set up with. When they didn't want to be set up, he didn't force them. He didn't pull a gun. He didn't lock them away in a room and feed them by sliding a metal tray under the door. He didn't beat them or attack them. They claimed that he began to manipulate their contracts to where they weren't getting paid as much for shoots. That was their lawsuit. Was if they didn't agree to go to certain people, then they felt like they got less shoots, less offers, and made less money. None of them claim the same story you claim, that you were locked and chained up and you had drivers that forced you everywhere and you didn't get paid a fucking dime because he was your pimp and you were locked up in a building like a prisoner and manipulated and beat and all that shit. Why didn't you sue with them? Why didn't you sue with those people?
I'm saying it's just people aren't doing the research to see that it's actually true.
I didn't mean to burp a second ago in the mic. My bad.
The Jane Doe status. And I know who they are, but I'm going to, for their safety, I'll keep it.
Yeah. Okay. Here's a real tough question I want to ask you. And hopefully you are able to answer it. You were a porn star. And it is my understanding that you were sold to the Hollywood elite, political elite, and the I guess the pastor's elite, for lack of a better term. How do we know that this just wasn't another job for you as a porn star?
Well, first, I mean, Derek has been indicted. So I was under Derek. He was indicted. So that right there is proof. Like I said earlier, the women are suing him or have sued him and won. When I first got into the porn industry, I'm very open about this. I was doing videos on my own and I was getting paid for it to start. When I tried to get out and went to Mike Erie to get help, and I don't know how that transaction worked, Mike gave me to Derek, and then I was a prisoner of Derek. So the jobs that I was doing was...
No one else is claiming that. Not a single girl is claiming that they were prisoner or anybody else was fucking prisoner. They are literally claiming that their rates went down when they refused clients.
That Derek, I was enslaved. I couldn't go, in my car and get, dinner or go grocery shopping. Once Derek had me, he had control of me completely, where the locks were on the other side of the door and I could not leave. I could not come and go as please. The only time I left was either to go on a porn set or to do privates with the elite globalist and the elitist pastors. So
I don't believe any of that. Why does he and will probably be convicted on fucking with the other girls' rates for jobs if they didn't agree? But you personally, he beat the shit out of, he locked away, locks on the other side of the doors, slipped you a plate underneath your door with nothing but pork and beans on it. Why did he treat these other girls so much differently that they only noticed their rates were being fucked with when they started to talk to each other? It'd be like me me being on a job and they're like, "Hey man, would you do me?" My boss says, "Hey man, would you do me a favor?" And I'm like, "Nah, no." And the next day I notice I get 3 less hours of work. And that goes on for several months. Every once in a while I refuse a job. Sometimes I take a job and I notice my hours go up and down at work. Whether I do a favor, whether I don't do a favor. Then I run into another guy and I was like, "Hey man, it's weird things happening. The boss keeps asking me to do these favors, and if I do them, I see I get more hours on my paycheck. And if I don't do them, and he's like, "Yeah, me too." And I'm like, "Hell, let's sue him. He's fucking with our rates." That is not, I was a fucking prisoner locked up. Come on.
Was it another job? Yeah, because Derek put another job. So originally I got into it on my own, but that's where sin is your downfall sometimes, because you make a choice in desperate situations. And then when you're like, wait a minute, this is not right and I can't do this, now you're stuck in it and you're stuck within that choice that you made in your sin, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Now, have you named any other people besides pastors?
Yes.
Or Hollywood or anything like that?
So I've named celebrities: Tom Hanks, Matthew McConaughey, Jeremy Piven. I've named them. I've named Tyler Perry. He's very close with TD Jakes, and Tyler. I've said Tyler Perry's thing is that he likes to cross-dress. That's why he has these movies, which I haven't seen. Someone told me that. I was talking to someone about it, and they were like, "Oh, he has these movies where he cross-dresses." So, and I've named the pastors, obviously, and then I've also named politicians like Joe Biden and George Soros. And George Soros is not technically a politician. I don't even know what really he is, but he's just a very well-known person.
He's a Khazarian. Ask Jason Q about him.
He's the owner of politicians.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Have you now your family? Let's talk about your family a little bit. What got
she has custody?
Let me ask you, let me separate the questions. What got you into porn?
I am trying to find her husband.
So I was abused by my dad from 5 to age of 15. I moved out of my house at 16. So I was abused for a very long time. It's something that the reason I get hate from them, and they're not my family. I don't know what to call them, but they have not been in my life for over 12, 13 years. I don't talk to them. They don't know where I live. They know nothing about me or my children. They know nothing about me. They're not in my life. They have not been in my life for some time now because of the abuse, and because it's something that we're not allowed to talk about. When I wrote my book in 2014, they did exactly what they're doing now. And I hate to give them airtime, but I know that this is a lot of questions people are asking. So I'm glad you're asking, because just to clarify that I'm exposing evil. And eventually I'll expose all of it within my family. But at this point, I'm not ready to expose it. But there was abuse, and I've talked about that abuse. And when you are being a horrible, horrific person, even in your family, people are going to do everything in their power to keep you quiet and shut you up, because you don't want to talk about abuse. You want to have this picture perfect, like you're these perfect, people, when really you're not. And I don't know how to pull it. I've actually been trying. Social services was called on my parents when I was young by my 2 older sisters, and they showed up at my house. So that can tell you right there that there was stuff that was hidden. And, you know, hopefully that answers your question. I know what your next question is, but about them, I'll let you go ahead and ask it though.
Your family they said you have always been a liar, and that you're just keep repeating lies over and over and over again. And so some of these people are actually, you know, when you tell a lie long enough, people are going to believe it. So what?
By the way, her family is just not anything. I mean, just not like random people. Her sister is literally a prosecutor in Riverside, California, where she actually works on child abuse and sexual assault cases and prosecutes those people.
Is your response to this?
Well, again, my family has not been in my life. When I was 16 and got trafficked, they were not in my life for almost a decade either. So I don't know where my family lies in all of what connections that they have of why they're wanting me to keep me quiet, but they are desperate to keep me quiet. And they have had a strange, weird obsession when it has come to me since I was a little girl. And
I didn't say she would have evidence of her being a prisoner, other than the fact that there is nothing of her of her own. She would have no social media profile. She would have nothing, right? No contact, no cell phone calls made at that time. But she claims she filed suits against Jeremy Pivens, against Tom Hanks, against Matthew McConaughey, against George Soros, against Joe Biden, against T.D. Jakes, against Mike Erie, against all of these fucking people. A lawsuit is public record. A law degree could be shown. Any of this could work as evidence. She has given nothing but, hey, I said it happened. I said it. I said it. Oh, also, people offered me billions of dollars to be quiet, and I turned it down. And that should tell you right there, I'm not in this for money. Because you said it again? Yeah, I said it.
As a little girl, even though there was abuse and whatever, that I needed to escape and get out of there. When I got out of being trafficked, one of my sisters tried to give me back to Derek. She went and gave him money to give me to Derek. You do not sell. You're part of your family.
Okay.
You, as a little girl, even though there was abuse and whatever.
That's not all she has. For the third fucking time, when you file lawsuits, there is paperwork. You don't file a lawsuit by stepping out into the abyss and saying, I sue Joe Biden. I said it.
I needed to escape and get out of there. When I got out of being trafficked, one of my sisters tried to give me...
You do not become a lawyer by saying, I'm a sovereign constitutional lawyer in the state of Washington. I mean Washington, D.C., because people will probably fact check that. There's paperwork.
Back to Derek. She went and gave him money to give me to Derek. You do not sell. You're part of your family to Derek. And again, let's me play devil's advocate for just a hot second. When I got out of being trafficked, one of my sisters tried to give me back to Derek. She went and gave him money to give me to Derek. You do not sell.
Why would her sister have to pay her slave owner, her trafficker, her handler, her pimp, to take her back? Why would her sister have to pay a trafficker to take her back? That sounds like you're just trying to throw more shade on your family. Oh, they hate me. And my dad, he did the same thing to me. Oh, and by the way, my sister tried to pay a trafficker to take me back. Are you trying to tell us that you were such a fucking pain in the ass you had to bribe a trafficker to traffic you?
Gave him money to give me to Derek. You do not sell. You're part of your family to Derek. And again, let's just say, let's me play devil's advocate for just a hot second. Let's just say I was a liar as a little girl and whatever. And frankly, this is the problem when there's abuse. No one believes children. We call them liars and all of that. But let's just say I was. These people, because they're not my family, they're just people at this point. They have not been in my life for over 12 years, like 13. I can't even, I mean, it's been so long that they have not been in my life. How do you know what is true and what's not? And why are you trying so difficult or so hard to keep me quiet? Why are you
trying so difficult?
And here's the thing too, what's crazy about them is they do random names on social media and aren't coming out as themselves. They're doing different random names and posting. If you're telling the truth,
so that is clearly a sign of mental instability when you can't prove that her real name is not Faith DeLucia. That was her porn name. When you can't prove that your family is out here making 10 social media profiles, but you make these accusations. So if you follow like targeted people, or if you follow like schizophrenic people who think their family's trying to kill them or whatever, they'll make the excuse when they're out at Walmart doing something fucking crazy and live streaming it, and they get the haters, as they call them. They'll be like, "Oh, those are all my ex-boyfriend. Those are all my ex-boyfriend. He makes 30 accounts." No proof of that, just a claim.
I'm out here, right? Here I am. If you're out there and you really think I'm lying, why are you hiding behind weird names and doing all these fake profiles on social media? Why?
How would you know that that's them, that they have fake profiles, that that's your family? Because your sister, who is a prosecutor in Riverside, California, came out under her real name and called you out and asked you to come home and said that she would help clean up your warrants.
If you're going to accuse me, then reach out to these shows and come on the shows. But they won't, because they know that they would get shot down, because then I'm going to pull out of my bag of tricks all the evidence I have against them.
Her name is Stacey Dawn Williams. Then she went under Faith DeLucia was her porn name. Also, there were a couple other ones. Brianna something another. And of course, Madison Marquette. She went under Madison Williams for a while. She went under Madison Hendricks when she was married to Scott Hendricks. That is Hendricks with an X, not CKS. Then she went back to Madison Williams and Stacey Dawn Williams. I don't know how legal any of her name changes are, but there aren't any other names that she's going under.
Because I have no problem releasing evidence against them. But again, God has told me not to do that at this point in time. So hopefully that's a good enough response for you.
I do want to say this to the viewers. Madison had no idea of any of these questions I was going to ask her. She just agreed to say yes, ask the
I've sent emails and stuff to her sister, who is the prosecutor, but she's probably afraid of losing her job, getting tied up in this.
hard questions, and I will answer them. So I want to make that clear. Madison was not given these questions. She was not able to prep her answers. Ask the hard this.
God has told me not to, because then I'm going to pull out of my bag. If you're going to accuse me, then reach out to these shows and come on the shows. But they won't, because they know that they would get shot down. Here I am. If you're out there and this is so long that they have not been in my life, how do you know what is true and what's not? And why are you trying so difficult or so hard to keep me quiet? Why are you, and here's the thing too, what's crazy about them is they do random names on social media and aren't coming out as themselves. They're doing different random names and posting. If you're telling the truth, because I'm out here, right? Here I am. If you're out there and you really think I'm lying, why are you hiding behind weird names and doing all these fake profiles on social media? Why? If you're going to accuse me, then reach out to these shows and come on the shows. But they won't, because they know that they would get shot down, because then I'm going to pull out of my bag of tricks all the evidence I have against them, because I have no problem releasing the evidence against them. But again, God has told me not to do that at this point in time. So hopefully that's a good enough response for you.
I do want to say this to the viewers. Madison had no idea.
There you go. Brianna Noel. That's right. Brianna Noel, spelled a bunch of different ways, is also one of her porn names.
Of any of these questions I was going to ask her. She just agreed to say yes, ask the hard questions, and I will answer them. So I want to make that clear. Madison was not given these questions. She was not able to prep her answers.
Bag of Tricks is actually a movie she starred in
before the show. I basically called her before the show and said, let's do this.
Also, The Hard Questions and Harder Answers, also a film she starred in.
I want to ask all the tough questions that people want to know. And so here we go and here we are. So
here we go, here we are, here we come. Another movie she starred in.
Again, Madison, thank you for being on the show. Now what are you going to do? Let me ask this first. When did you find God? You now say that you're a Christian, and I'm not going to deny anybody the word that says they're not a Christian, because we'll know everybody by their fruits. So when did you find God?
So
Let Me Know Your Fruit, also a flick that she was able to star in.
this is actually when I got out and I tell this story, and so people are like, say that there's certain things out there. I am very open about my testimony, because if you're
I'm very open. Another film she starred in.
open about it, then you can't really see how Jesus works. So part of my testimony is right before I got in the porn industry, I was married to someone a lot older. He was 11 years older, and he was well off. And so I wrote a check from one account to another, took money out of that account. It was like over $3,000, and I had a warrant out for my arrest for felony burglary. So this warrant was out for many years. Fast forward to I'm now 26, 27 years old. Derek had said to me, I sold you overseas.
That's not the only fucking charge she has. Well, I'll have to go back over that.
And we're done.
I don't want to make any false claims here.
I sold you overseas. So
because then they'll highlight one thing, and then they'll say, oh, see, he's making it up, blah blah blah, if I say something wrong here.
I was in California in a basement, and people that hear me tell my story, California does not have basements. There's tunnels or whatever. Most likely they're not like when you live in Colorado and they have finished basements. California doesn't have basements.
Right.
I was in a basement in Riverside, California. The police
Let Me Show You My Basement, another flick she was starring in.
raided it. In comes the police. I have a warrant. To this day, I don't know how they know I was there. I'm sure that was a God thing. It had to have been a God thing. I got arrested. Went to jail, was transported to the Orange County jail because the warrant was out of Orange County, and sat in the jail for over 70 days. Now, when I got into the jail, one of the officers knew who I was, and so I got raped on the jail every night, the rooftop of the jail.
Every night. Listen, I don't want to diminish people that have a legitimate story, that were assaulted, molested, attacked, whatever, okay? I don't want to minimize that. I know that happens, but to be fair, your chances of being trafficked are very, very low. If you think about the number of women in the U.S. and then the number of thought to be women from the U.S. who are trafficked are very, very, very low. If then you add every time there's a penis in the room, it goes inside you. Each step, the odds get astronomically higher that you're lying. Up to and including a cop who arrested you, a jailer says, I know who you are, whore, to the roof. Excuse me? So listen, this would be the same, this would be sort of the same argument, okay? I wrecked my car leaving my driveway, okay? Someone hit me, rear-ended me, leaving my driveway. We got out, exchanged insurance information, we left. I made it to the stop sign, saw the next car, it also hit me. Got out, exchanged insurance information, left. Got to the next stop sign, another car rear-ended me, got out, exchanged insurance information, we left. Got to a parking lot, 3 cars in the parking lot, all 3 cars hit me, we exchanged information, we left. I went to the auto body shop to drop off my car to get repaired. All the cars at the auto body shop said, we know who you are, and they all rear-ended me on the rooftop of the auto body shop. You see how the odds increase every fucking time? Every time the odds increase, that you're fucking lying about it. Like Scotty riding a motorcycle.
So at this point, I was going to kill myself because that's where I was wanting to be. I went from a prison as a child to the porn industry to now a literal prison. And so I was like, I'm going to kill myself. Like, I'm going to plot it in this jail. I cannot endure anymore. And so let me talk about when I was little. There was a fashion show we did. It's called A Trend from Beginning to End. And I don't know if you've ever heard of Crystal Lewis. She's a gospel singer and she sings Come Just As You
Please don't tell me Crystal Lewis stuck it in you.
Are. And Crystal.
Oh, Come Just As You Are. Another flick that she starred in. Of course, there would be a deliberate spelling of the word come in the title if you're trying to look it up.
Would sing at these fashion shows, Come Just As You Are, and they did fashions of each trend. So like Adam and Eve would go around on the stage, and
there's potato in the chat.
Then it was like fashions 20s, 30s, all the way up to the 90s, and then they would do a gospel message, and Crystal would sing Come Just As You Are. So I'm in the jail, ready to die, and I hear on the TV the song Come Just As You Are, very loudly. There's a lady sitting there right now, and she said, or sitting next to me, like where my bed was, and she said, "You're going to get out tonight."
You're going to get out tonight. Another flick she was in.
And I cussed at her. It's like, whatever. She was in there for parking tickets or something, but totally prophesied that I was going to get out of jail that night. Walked into where the room was, where the music was playing. And out of all people, now people keep asking me about Joel Osteen. I'll address him in a second. But of all people, they used Joel Osteen. And he came on the TV and he said, "You are in the darkest place you've ever been. You want to kill yourself. Just give God one
The darkest place you've ever been." Another flick she was in at one time.
more chance. Give God one more chance. So at that moment, I prayed and I said, "All right, Lord, I'll give you one more chance. But that's all you get. You get one more chance." So I go to my
one more chance. That's all you get. Come Just As You Are.
bed, and I'm like crying, and talking to God, but like in a very broken state, and which God says, "Come just as you are." My name gets called, and I thought I was gonna get raped again, and so I'm cussing out God. And then the officer said, "Roll up your bed. You got bailed out." So I got bailed out of jail, just like that lady said. I asked Jesus into my heart there in the jail through this corrupt pastor and through Crystal Lewis. And so then after that, I went to the court, pled my guilt. The public defender said I was crazy, called a Marsden hearing, which is a competency hearing, went in to talk to another judge. I had like a Bible verse that said, "Plead your guilt."
So even the prosecutor thought that you weren't stable enough to stand trial.
The public defender said I was crazy, called a Marsden hearing, which is a competency hearing, went in to talk to another judge. I had like a Bible verse that said, "Plead your guilt and God will forgive you." Pled my guilt, went into the other courtroom. The judge said to me, normally, what did he say? He said, "I've never had anyone come in here and want to plead their guilt as much as you wanted to." So he took it down from a felony burglary to a misdemeanor. He said, "I'm going to put you on house arrest for 60 days and you get a job. And then once you do that, then you can expunge this off your record," which is unheard of because usually
expunge that off your record. Another film she was in at one time.
the district attorneys do the deal and whatever. And I'm just going in there saying, I just want to plead guilty so I can move on with my life. Pled guilty to what he said. Ended up moving in with Yvonne, who did the fashion forwards, and she just showed me Jesus, like a real loving Jesus. I mean, she's the godliest woman I know today, and it was like, this is what God is. This woman right here is like, get up every morning through a good night's sleep, which I had not had in my entire life, reading her Bible, all her journals and everything, and just talking to me like a person, a normal person, and talking to me about God and not telling me what I need to believe about God, but teaching me through her actions of who and what God is and how gracious and merciful he is. So that is how I came to know Jesus. So when people say, well, you were in jail. Yes, absolutely. I was in jail and God found me there and God got a hold of me. So here I am.
Wow. Thank God. Yeah. Now you had mentioned warrants and stuff. So are there any warrants now that are, what's the question? What's the right word? Are there any warrants against you now?
There's 4 currently pending.
No.
And anything like that?
Yes.
No. And if there were, I just went through a custody thing. And if there were, they would have dragged me out of the court. And so.
Yeah. Okay.
No, there's certain warrants they serve across state lines, and there's certain warrants that they don't care about across state lines.
What is Madison going to do now? What's your goal now? Are you under law? Are you under preparation for lawsuits? And are there going to be lawsuits against these people? Because, a lot of people would say, well, if you're not going to do any lawsuits, you're not going to follow through, then all this is just a big waste of time.
I am following through, but the thing is, it's not about money for me. For the other ones that are on the lawsuit, it is for them because they need it. And they might not have the faith that I do in Jesus. And so I am going to follow through. It's not that I'm not, it's that the money isn't, like how you asked me earlier, the money is not a priority for me. It's that me going forward and putting my face out there so other women and children and men can come forward, so then they can go get taken care of, because they really should. Because frankly, the money that these pastors and celebrities and globalists have used is all the money that they use to buy and sell us and traffic us. That technically is our money, because they stole so much from us. It's ours. I don't want it. They should have it. So yes, I am moving forward. But and then it's also eventually this will be the evidence that gets released to show the world I have filed these lawsuits. Here is the lawsuits that we filed. Here is the evidence that we have filed.
Let's see
Here
it.
you go. So it's to just, there's a lot of moving parts of why
Let's see that. That's what we want to see.
I'm doing it. It's not for nothing. That's for sure.
Okay.
You under a gag order of any kind?
Yes, for certain things.
Are you under a gag order? Another film she appeared in.
Yes.
Also, I had a great question, but it just left my mind, so I'm sorry about that.
It'll come back.
Yeah. Now, is there anything that you want to say? There's a lot of people. Oh, I know what it was.
I think it's a combination of attention seeking and mental disorder to go this far. It also plays into the part of why she claims that she's raiding tunnels with the British lady and has a team. All that stuff's a lie. We've went over all those videos and how none of them make fucking sense. And if that is true, then she's got to be wanted in the state of Texas, because without a warrant, she broke into someone's house. She pulled a weapon on them. She assaulted them in their own home, drug them out of their house by their hair, and stole the property from their home. If her story's true, then she's wanted in fucking Texas. None of her story's true. It also lends itself to why she thinks her family is making up multiple social media accounts to discredit her. Why she thinks that all these people that are calling her out are all the same people, or haters, or the cabal, or this or that, when all we really want is evidence. Why she is changing her story instead of just saying, look, I messed up. Actually, I didn't get my law degree, or I didn't do this. Why she's changing her story so drastically from Washington State to Washington, D.C., it explains a lot. It explains some of her actions. It explains the way she can turn on tears, turn them right back off. It explains why she has these crazy mood swings on film, where sometimes she's asking Michael Jaco, even though she's a rape victim survivor, she's asking Michael Jaco if he'll give her a lap dance, and then she can give him one on camera in front of everybody. She can't even speak to people. She has fits of rage where she says she would like to kill people who question her. Different things like that. Making up the whole tribunals thing, like none of that's going on. I think it's a combination of mental illness plus a desire she's craving attention, maybe some jealousy with her sister, who is actually a prosecutor who prosecutes these crimes against traffickers and abusers and rapists and everything else.
You had mentioned something about tribunal courts that you have testified. Have you actually testified in tribunal courts, and can you say what about and against whom?
Yes, I have testified, and I want to clarify. People say, and I'm going to say it here, I've said it a bunch of times this week, but people keep saying I'm the only one talking about tribunals. I'm not. There was two gentlemen that was on the Charlie Ward show, and they testified about how they were at tribunals, but their faces were covered for their protection. Understandable. They talked about Mikey P and how he trafficked them and harmed them. So yes, I did testify in the tribunals. I testified against, and I don't know where you're.
I think Tony from the Veritas Machine has been covering that. I'm probably going to cover it, not nearly as in depth as he has, but he covered the person who come forward. It's a 2-part video on Charlie Ward over there, a male victim who claims to come forward, and he was bought and tried to traffic by Joe Biden. He claims that he refused Joe Biden's advances, and Joe Biden buried him alive in a coffin to punish him. It's very, very, very weird story all made up.
Say like the full names or not, but I testified against Joe B, who is the acting fake president at this point in time, and George Soros, and then different celebrities that I have named, Tom Hanks. Jeremy Piven was not in the tribunals, but I don't know if they're like, I've named him, but he was not in the tribunals. He's just someone that
Tom Hanks, of course, has to be part of the tribunals as well.
Was trafficking, and he's very open about buying women and children. So yes, I have testified in the tribunals. I am under a gag order for some of them, but some of them I can talk about just because I wanted to make it very clear that I wanted to talk about them. And these churches, people are going to be surprised because they're going to be the ones that I think are going to be exposed first, more so than the celebrities, because I think people already know celebrities and politicians are corrupt. I think the world is going to see these pastors fall very quickly and very hard. They're going to be the first ones to go down, not the celebrities and politicians.
Yeah, that won't surprise me at all. So these pastors were mentioned in tribunal courts.
Yes.
Now, I want to say this about tribunal courts. A lot of people are under the belief that tribunal courts are only for military personnel.
Exactly.
But that's not exactly true. Tribunal
It is true.
courts are about the crimes, not so much the position, military,
not at all.
Or non-military, civil. They're more about the crimes. And if there's
Actually, since the Civil War, post-Civil War times, it was ruled on by the Supreme Court that they shouldn't be having civilians at all, even civilians that acted in a way as to undermine military action within tribunal courts of the U.S. military.
heinous crimes against humanity, tribunal courts will step in and
nope.
take over.
Heinous crimes against humanity has nothing to do with it unless we're talking about an enemy foreign government.
Tribunal courts are much, much different.
By the way, banging out a porn star is not a heinous crime against humanity. Okay? Infecting thousands of kids with smallpox from a dirty bomb is a crime against humanity. Railing out a fucking porn star over your fucking floral pattern couch in Lauren Pritchard's apartment is not a crime against humanity.
Than a regular court that we go to and can walk into a courthouse and sit down and listen to a court. Some courts and some lawsuits in the public's eye can last years, months.
Also, in the case of like world leaders or the shit that happened like after World War I, World War II, those are special courts that are put into session by the world and will have members of the sitting or we'll have members sitting that are of the winning side to form a panel. And all those are fucking public. None of this had all this secrecy on it, except for this one that we're fucking making up for some reason, super secret.
But tribunal courts happen within days.
Yeah.
And they're very different than.
Not true a lot of times. I mean, just depending on what the case is. A lot of times military tribunals happen within days because someone was arrested and they're getting court-martialed and kicked out of the military. That's pretty easy to... Okay, someone fucking steals a car and gets arrested. They show up at a tribunal. Oh, you stole a car and you were arrested by local PD? Okay, court-martial. You're getting kicked out of the military. You're going to Leavenworth.
A normal court. So when you start talking about tribunal courts, you're talking about a whole new ball game. That you are. So that was the question. So is there anything that you...
God, I hate everything about this is wrong. And this interviewer asking the hard questions has no fucking idea what he's talking about.
Up in the show as of yet?
You know, I think that there's a movement in some of these states and where these churches are going to fall. And I think you had said it, and I believe it, that there's going to be a rise of people that are going to rise up as prophets and as people that are going to minister up to us.
By the way, even general court-martials. So there's 3 different types of court-martials. There are summary court-martials. They're like the lowest level. They'll only involve like one officer instead of like the panel or a military judge. There's usually not defense attorneys any at all. And they can just last a couple hours, right? And that's when basically you know what you did. We're just going through the steps. We're going to give a summary of your charges. We're going to give a summary of your punishment, and you're done, okay? The second step is called a special court-martial. They're like in the middle. They deal with prosecution of more serious stuff, okay? So you have to have investigation. Charges have to be formally referred, and these cases can take a long time. They can take 3 months, 6 months, a year. It just depends. Is it more streamlined than the regular court system? Absolutely. Because it's more precise and it only deals with military members. There's not nearly as much traffic. It's not like going down to your local courthouse. They can focus on this. When you get a break or a recess or whatever, instead of having to do 30 days so they can reschedule on the docket, you can do 2 days and be like, okay, well, I'm open all week. I don't have anything else to do, right? And a lot of times they'll involve, the middle one will involve, it can involve a preceding officer, or it can step up to a military panel and a judge. And if as a military panel or a judge, it even takes longer. By the time it's all figured out. Okay. Now the last one is a general court martial. That's for the worst offenses. Those are the ones like they make movies about, like You Can't Handle the Truth kind of movies. They're for the worst crimes, and they're the highest like trial tier. Okay, they'll require not only an Article 32 hearing, which is military paperwork, an Article 32, and they'll have multi-people panels. They'll have witnesses come in just like a regular court martial or a regular court. They'll sit down and examine. They'll have all the evidence laid out. They'll have it cataloged. They'll have it gone through. It'll be bagged. It'll look just like a trial in the regular court, except everybody in there will be in military uniform. They'll usually have a panel and sometimes a judge. Sometimes the panel will be called a jury just because there would be 12 people and a judge assigned to it. Sometimes it's just under judge's recommendation. Sometimes it's under the panel decides, and then the judge charges or decides what the punishment is. It just depends, but those can take a real long fucking time. Several months. You can file all kinds of motions just like you can in regular court to extend, to delay, more time to look up evidence. If you didn't know about some type of evidence, you can have time to review it, just like a regular court. What they're talking about would be at least the level of general court-martial. This is not, you got arrested in town, now we're going to do a summary of your charges. This would be a general court-martial. So it still takes a long time. They're lying when they tell you, oh, it'll be days or hours, and you just go through a whole case because we don't care about who's guilty and who's not. This is stupid. How can it be that much more streamlined unless you're not doing a thorough job either finding them guilty or innocent? That's the only way.
It's not going to be the typical people that are going to rise up. And I do think there's a lot going on in Texas with these mega churches. And I think those are going to be the first ones to fall because I think Texas is a conservative state, but the corruption around and the evil that is surrounding the state is everywhere. Including Kenneth Copeland and TD Jakes. Like, these churches are going to have to fall, and they're going to have to fall quickly and hard.
Yeah, I think that's what God has in mind, that it's going to be very quick.
Mm-hmm. You called this guy to tell him, and he attacked you?
Johnny
sounds about right.
Is a prophecy that is going to be immediate, which I also believe. And my part in this is just that a lot of times when you prophesy, you don't get to see the prophecy. It happens way after you're gone. There's a lot of things that happen, but in my case, I'm actually living in the part of the prophecy that God gave me. So the bottom line is this, that there is evil in the church.
Yeah.
And God is getting ready to just blow it wide open, I believe. And so that's my position. And,
And military tribunals, I don't know if you guys know this, but they can go all the way up to the death penalty for some things. Like this would be like someone who snaps and goes crazy and shoots up their own unit or something like that. Like they can go all the way up to death penalty. Those will always be made up of a panel. Actually, I think there's a requirement that you have to have a 7-man panel for a death penalty case. You have to have a 2/3 vote instead of a unanimous vote. But if you're going for death penalty, it has to be unanimous. So those are some differences. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but when you have a jury and go to court, it has to be unanimous decision to convict. Or if one person holds out, you're innocent. All you got to do is flip one person. And that lawyers a lot of times are just trying to flip one person to get you off. But it only has to be 2/3 in the military. There's a review panel afterwards that's kind of like appeals, I guess. A review panel is almost always appointed by the Secretary of Defense, and a lot of times it can include the review panel can have civilians on it, but this is a weird thing actually. When I was doing research for all of this stupid shit, a review panel can have civilians on it. They are temporarily granted recognition as temporary military officers. If a review panel has a civilian on it, they are temporarily commissioned officers within the military until the panel has been disbanded. I always thought that was weird, or I thought that was weird when I read it.
I'm going to go back to what I stated in the beginning. These people and these pastors, and I'm going to say this too. Don't forget about Joel Osteen, because you had mentioned him. There are these pastors that are just full of evil that need to be exposed, and it's so tough. And I said in the beginning of the show, one of the greatest things to overcome is broken trust in someone. You know, you can have trust in someone for years and years and years, and it takes 1 minute to break it.
She has her fake lawyer calling you. That's not how it works. Lawyers don't call and harass people. That's really fucked up, Sarah. I would fucking well, you do what you got to do. If it was me, I would call it fucking harassment and see if I could get a lawyer to fucking address it. Lawyers don't call anybody. Lawyers send a cease and desist. A lot of times they don't even stand up. They're fucking bullshit. And then if they want to pursue it after the cease and desist, they pursue it.
And then a lifetime to rebuild it, if it can be rebuilt.
Yeah.
So my heart goes out to, and now just discussing on what God said and talking about what God said, the revealing that's going to take place. My heart goes out to the people that are sitting in the pews. My heart, I thought about it the other day and just wept because there's so many.
Yeah, they all go back to paid apps. It's probably her fucking her crazy fucking fan base.
I sent funds.
That reminds me, I have not checked. Hold on. This might be a time that I've gotten some phone calls. Let's see here. I forgot I made that video. I wonder if anybody's called and done me some phone calls. No. Maybe, but if they did, they didn't leave me a message. Yeah, they didn't leave me a message, or they did. A lot of people call the show line and leave messages sometimes, and I hardly ever have it up. We used to use it quite often, but now people abuse it to yell the N-word and try to get me banned. So, not lately.
There are people that are on fixed incomes that send these big name ministers monthly donations. And I encourage you right now, if you're giving to a big name minister, stop now. Yeah. Just stop. Wait till all the dust clears, pray about it, and then.
So he can become a big name minister. He wants that money.
You should do with your offerings and your tithes and your donations. I have always encouraged, and I preached to walk away from the 501c3 churches because that's under the bail system. And I strongly have been for 10, 11 years preaching.
Look, you do what you want to do. And I know a lot of people in here are religious. I'm not personally super religious. I grew up really religious. I'm not super religious. If I followed a pastor and they picked up and spread Madison Marquette's story, I would immediately reevaluate everything about that pastor and stop following him. I would not touch this bitch with my neighbor's dick. It's a fucking lie. There's not a shred of evidence. Not a shred of evidence other than her statements. That's not evidence.
Against the 501c3, and I encourage people to find a ministry that is not a 501c3 and bless them. But it breaks my heart that there are going to be hundreds of thousands of people. And even when I believe that the Pope there's going to be a lot of things revealed about the Pope and the Catholic Church, and there's going to be a whole religion of people that are going to start searching for truth and questioning, God, where have you been? Where are you? And is there a true God? And is there a true faith that we can even depend on? And which is why I stated at the beginning of the show, we must walk away from trusting man and put all our trust in God. Now, Osteen, you had said something about Osteen and you wanted to come back to it. And
Yeah,
I know people are going, don't forget Osteen, don't forget Osteen.
let me add on to what you said, because I want to give people encouragement, because it's one of the things that people are really struggling with of me talking about these pastors, and I think that God's a comical God. So Joel Osteen, he never did anything to me, but he was at these parties with these pastors. He does have stuff in his church and tunnels and secret rooms, because I was there when they were trafficking me. He never did anything to me particularly, but I did see him do stuff to other people. And I do know girls that have come forward and are intending to file suits against him and the church, as well as some of the other people that are ministers there. But
I hope they make the most blatant, over the top example out of this bitch. She is ruining people's names at a factor that cannot be taken back. If she goes down tomorrow, disappears, ends up in jail, they will not exonerate the people. The retraction, the apology, the real story never comes out as big as the accusation and the claims and the bullshit that they put out front. Never. Even here locally, when there's like an accusation of like a forced event, and then later on we find out, 6 months later we find out it was all a big fucking hoax or a lie or bullshit, those people's names are still ruined. Everybody's going to remember it as, oh, didn't you fucking force yourself on so-and-so? It happens. I've seen it. I've had people that I know personally that I went to school with that had to deal with it. And were completely innocent, a lie, made up, bullshit, and they're still judged on that initial accusation.
this is, I was trafficked through his church, right? Not by him, but through his church, which he knew. God used this man who I did see harm people to bring me to Jesus. So if God can use a donkey and God can use this horrible, horrific man to bring me to God, then these pastors, if you came to God through them, it doesn't take away that you don't love Jesus. What the problem is that we put these men on pedestals and we put them up so high as a God and as a Jesus. And that's why we're throwing money at them like crazy, and money has become their God and they have become the people's God. We need to start taking that out and say, okay, we need a revival. And this is not a revival in the church, it's a revival in our hearts, getting to know Jesus on a personal level, because man, how epic he is when you just get to know him and he shows up, and he shows up in a powerful way, and he will sit by you. You can feel him hug you, you can feel him hold you, you can hear him, but we stopped listening. We started listening to these mega church pastors and we stopped listening. So if I can give any encouragement, if God can use a human trafficker or someone that was trafficked to bring me to Jesus, then don't be discouraged, because this is just God telling you, I want a revival, and I want you to come back to me, and I want you to sit at my feet, and I want you to sit at my feet, at Jesus's feet. That's what he's saying. Sit at his feet. Let's take these pastors. I mean, even, we're about to go to the 4th of July and celebrate Independence Day. Why aren't we, on Independence Day, let's celebrate that we are free because Jesus died on the cross and rose again. And people keep saying God wins. Guess what? God won already. He really did. So if I can give that any encouragement, that's what I would give. So. Yeah,
I smiled a while ago because that's the thought that went through my head. God can use anything, even a donkey.
Yeah.
So if he can use a donkey, he can surely use anything and anyone. And a lot of times God has taken mishap and has given good hap.
Yeah.
And that's
good hap.
That's a true story, that God can really literally take the wrong and make it right for us. Even the scripture says that the things that
somebody asked about you earlier, Eddie. I can't remember who it was.
Turn them around and make them and twist them for our good. God is the master manipulator of man, and I'm okay with being manipulated by God. No one else. Leave me alone. But I'm okay with God manipulating me. I believe. And my strong belief is that God will manipulate the universe for me on my behalf if I ask him to, and believe that he will. So there we go. I encourage everyone, and we're out of time. It's already been an hour. I can't believe it. But Madison, as I said in the beginning of the show, when things are being released, as things begin to build up, I welcome you back to the show. And again, I want to tell the viewers, make up your own mind. I brought Madison on to ask her the tough questions and give her a chance to defend herself and to answer them. You pray and you seek God. And I want to say to Madison, thank you for doing this. I appreciate the courage that you have. And again, I should have been born in Missouri because I'm a show me kind of guy, and that's why I asked for evidence. But instead, I was born in San Antonio, Texas, and we do a show me and carry a gun with it. Carry a gun. I'm just kidding. But anyway, I appreciate.
She really turns on the flattery for these hosts as well.
You
we saw what she did to Nino, then laughing at this stupid fucking joke.
Onto the show and taking time again, and viewers, I encourage you. You've heard Madison. You've heard her voice. You've heard her story. I believe that I asked all the questions that everybody was wondering about as I perused the internet and begin to search things. So again, thank you for viewing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to the show. And Madison, again, we'll keep in contact and let us know and let me know all the things that you're going through. And we'll keep the viewers informed as evidence becomes available and your attorney allows you to do things. We will move forward with this story. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I turned around because I heard some noise over here. But anyway, I thank you for watching the show. Thank you, Madison, again. And we will see you soon. And Madison, I will be right back.
Jesus Christ. Now we're going to have to go in on this guy. Anyways, guys, I'm out for the night. It's 1:30 in the morning. Thank you for joining us. We had a couple of large donations tonight. I really do. I want to shout those out. Q Idiot for 100. Scott David for $20. Buy me a coffee right off the start earlier. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. The buy me a coffee was from, hold on, let me look. Daphne, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for still continuing to support, coming and hanging out. I do appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow night. I'm trying to do 8 p.m. I know I was an hour late and usually 30 minutes late. I'm trying to do 8:30. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do 8:30. But we'll see. I'm working on it. That's Eastern Standard Time. We'll be on the main channel from here on out until something else happens. But you can always, if you don't know what channel I'm on, even on your phone, just open up your browser and type in coldbeer.live. It'll bring you to my whatever channel I'm on. Or type in coldbeer.fund and it'll take you to the GoFundMe if you want to support that while we still got it going on. Thank you guys, and we'll see you on the next one. Let me hit the remix on the way out. Thank you. Have a good night. Look at that slow fade in. Ooh.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up. And
here we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
It's the off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's the off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. And yeah. And Mars in the house.
Hey. The jab. Pine needle tea.
Underground DOMs save the children.
Social Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel.
Medbed.
Martial law.
1745. 10 Days of Darkness. Digging tunnels. Dogecoin, the evergreen. 19. Vaseline. Boom. All right, here we go. Well, Johnny, you can go to mommy's basement. The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's a moth, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet.
We are now the news.
You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6 cents for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like four in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped them to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on cocks that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, shit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts, cause you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle, because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6 cents for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like four in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking. He was doing so well. It's all over. Hands on his shoulders. They ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on Cox that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, sending runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience. It's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reasons with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird, motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement. And I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the fork and balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the fork and balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping Trump's cock and begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like Thor in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your Huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa.
Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you on the next one.
I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop.